wakilishe. Na kazi yao ni kila mwezi ama kila saa wakiitwa na trustees ama kama kuna shida ndio wanakuja wanakaa. Wanaweza kukaa na my chairman, wanaweza kukaa na trustees, wanaweza kuenda kukaa na RBA. Watu mnajua. Don't give us these other people. Na kama wako hapa mimi siongopi. Hao wengine siwaogopi. Hao wengine wako hapa tuko na mabarua yao, wanaandika kesho, wanaandika asubuhi. Mwingine anaandika kutoka sijui wapi, mwingine na mwingine. We need one umbrella body. One speaking and having a voice for Kenya Railways pensioners, not their own interests. Mtawaangalia baadaye. Hapana, atuendi huko. Now the last one is, let me just assure you on behalf of my chairman, on behalf of the trustees, I can't forget the last 6 months that we went through. I can't. I want to appreciate the acting chair of the pension team, Director Martin Mugwanja. This gentleman has done something that all of you cannot understand. I was working with him, engaging him. We have been able, through my board and the trustees, to secure this funding from the government in our properties. And this is the most important thing, because government cannot lie. These other people can tell you wait, but government will never lie. And therefore I want to appreciate and thank every one of them for the commitment that they have shown. And as we do all this, why can't we work together? I'm asking you, why can't we engage one another? Instead of tearing down the scheme, why can't we talk together? I want to assure you, on behalf of my board, on behalf of these trustees, coming and going forward, we are committed to pay the pensioners in good time. And as my chairman has said, we hope this time the pension will be paid in good time, because now we are in a new financial year, and the government has budgeted for some money so that the scheme can be paid, the pensioners can be paid in good time. I want to thank you so much. Most of you who have, we have had engagement, those who have come from different parts of this country. I want to say, in the last 3 years since 2018, Kenya Railways through the board allowed me to bring back some of us who are here to work and support Kenya Railways in its agenda of rehabilitating the lines that all of you left behind and they were destroyed by Arrears. And I want to thank every one of you, the engineers, the people who joined us in the rehabilitation program. My chairman and my board member here know we have a program probably to go and rehabilitate and work in Congo. When that time comes, we shall call you because we know you are the experts, so long as you're strong. Thank you and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MD, for those kind words. Thank you, Chairman, also for being here to greet the pensioners, to be with them. MD, I know you have to leave soon, but there was always one question that was received from the pensioners. Will it ever be possible for them to have the passenger travel orders, PTOs, in the future?
You know, a railway man and a railway woman is always a railway. We can't forget to recognize all of you. And therefore, I think through my board, we sat down 2 weeks ago, and we were looking at what we should do. And I can assure you very soon, in recognition of each one of, and every one of us, and the efforts that you put in railways, we shall be able to come up with those PTOs and vouchers that you can use when you have activities around and when you want to move around this country. We are now doing the last line from Voi to Taveta. So whether you come from Taveta, we are finishing Taveta very soon this year. So whether you come from Taveta, you come from Mombasa, Nanyuki, Western Kenya, we'll issue those vouchers so that you can use them to travel around. And there's nothing else we can do as Kenya Railways to appreciate the effort each one of you put and contributed towards the organization. Thank you.
Please, a big round of applause for the MD and for the chairman of the board of directors. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. We will release you now. We know that you have another program. Thank you. Pensioners, allow us to release our visitors, and then we shall commence with our AGM. Pensioners, now myself. I will start with myself. My name is Martin Mogwanja. I'm not a retiree of Kenya Railways. I have worked in other organizations and retired from those organizations. I was appointed to be a director of Kenya Railways in August of 2020. And in May of 2021, I was also asked to be a trustee of the pension scheme. And I have been a trustee since May 2021. As you know, the chairman of the trustees of the pension scheme is Professor John Nyerere. Unfortunately, Professor Nyerere has not been well for some time, and since September of 2021, I was asked to be the acting chairman of the Board of Trustees of the pension scheme. So it is in that capacity that I am here to chair today's annual general meeting of the scheme. I'll ask now the other trustees to introduce themselves, and we also have with us representatives from the Retirement Benefits Authority, which is our regulatory authority. But I'll start with the trustees. Henry.
Habari zenu. Bwana asifiwe. My name is Henry Toili, an elected trustee, and I would like to take this opportunity to give you thanks, to appreciate the work that you did for putting me on this board. I have seen a lot of things, as the MD was saying, for the last 3 weeks or through hell to have the money released, and I have already appreciated what the MD has just.
Good morning, seniors. Kwa majina naitwa Elisha Mokaya, member elected trustee from the deferred side. I thank our chairman, Martin Mwanja. As you have heard, the MD has said, some of the problems the scheme is facing is our own making. If we can hit the advice the MD has given us, we will go forward. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you.
Good morning, pensioners. My name is James Kanyeki. I'm a member elected trustee, and I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this very unique AGM.
Thank you. Before we go to our service providers, I would like to ask our regulators from the Retirement Benefit Authority. We have with us the regulators, and I'd like to invite them to introduce themselves, please.
Hamjambo. Hamjambo, let's wave. Nice to see all of you. My name is Caroline Wabwire from the Retirement Benefits Authority.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Oluoch. I also work at the Retirement Benefits Authority. Thank you very much.
We also have with us some of our service providers. Is there a microphone there? They are sitting in front of us, please. Can I start with the Scheme Fund Manager, Mr. Nicholas, please.
Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. Kwa majina naitwa Nicholas Ithondeka. I'm the Managing Director of Corp Trust Investment Services, who is a fund manager of this scheme. Karibuni sana.
Thank you. Is she here? Yeah. She's here, yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cecilia Okoth, representing KCB, the custodian of the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have 2 audit companies. The first one is Deloitte. Do we have Mr. Chumo?
Yes, sir. Hamjamboni nyote. Hamjambo tena. Mimi naitwa Michael Chumo. Tulikuwa wakaguzi kwa miaka mitatu, 2018, 19 na 2020 kutoka Deloitte. Asanteni.
Thank you. And we should also have Mr. Boise from Ronalds.
Hamjambo wapendwa. Jina langu ni Amuguna Wilberforce kutoka Ronalds LLP. Tumekuwa wakaguzi wa vitabu mwaka wa 2021. Niko na mwenzangu hapa, atajitambulisha.
Habari ya asubuhi. Kwa majina naitwa Evelyn Kanjagwa. Nafanya kazi na Wilberforce kwa firm inaitwa Ronalds LLP.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now you know the people who will be speaking and answering your questions. Today, we have a lot of information to share with you, but we have a lot of information to share with you, but what is more important than that sharing of information is that we are going to give a lot of time to answering your questions. It is important for us to do so. And to facilitate that, to make that easier, we have asked that papers should be distributed to everybody, so that you can write your questions on paper and we will respond and reply to each and every question. Can I ask the ushers to manage that microphone? Okay, thank you. Dear members, to start the meeting, we have to look at the agenda, and I want to read it to you step by step so that you are familiar. We have, first of all, after the introduction and the statement by the sponsor, which we've had, the first item will be a report from your Board of Trustees to report back to you about the scheme. I will give that report. The Retirement Benefits Authority, who are the ones who govern the work of the scheme fund manager, is the one who advises the scheme on the how to utilize the assets of the scheme, particularly liquid assets, and also the non-liquid assets. There will also be a report from the scheme custodian, the accounts and the title deeds for all our properties. Then we will have the presentation of the audited accounts for the 4 years altogether, but 3 of those years, that is the years ending June 2018, June 2019, and June 2020 were the auditors for those 3 years. Then there will be 1 more year, which is the year ending June 2021, which will be presented by Ronalds, who are the auditors for that year. After the presentation of the accounts, there will be a presentation manual and policy, which will be presented to you for your information. There will then be, I'm not sure we have the right people. There will then be a presentation on the remuneration of the trustees, which will be a motion for your approval. After that, there will be an extended session for questions and answers will be provided by all of us who are here, that myself, the trustees, the CEO, the service providers, and of course our regulatory body. There will be a vote of thanks, and there will be prayers to close. After the prayers, we shall distribute a lunch allowance. Be proposed and seconded by members so that we can adopt it as our agenda going forward.
My name is Matthew Struikong, check number 39287. Founder member of the Board of Trustees and the first CEO. I'm grateful that you have been given this opportunity to second. Thank you very much.
I think you are the proposer. Yes, thank you. Can I? And I have a seconder over there? Here, okay. The gentleman in the hat is the seconder. Please, can you give your name to the Secretariat for the record keeping? Thank you. Thank you.
Alois Wafula Chami. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alois. That we have this AGM is an AGM which is being held after 4 years. 4 years. And an AGM should normally be held every year. So we have, of course, a lot of arrears to deal with in terms of documentation. We have also one point to do, which is to do with the minutes of the AGM that was held in September of 2018. Now, I was not in 2018. The scheme was managed by a corporate trustee. So it's difficult for me to refer to these minutes, but I'm going to give you the main. These minutes are available on the scheme website for anybody and everybody to see and to read, if you would like to see them or read them. In 2018, the annual general meeting was held on 28 September 2018 at Nairobi Railway Club. The people present were Kenya Railways, there were the staff members from the scheme, there was personnel from RBA, there were service providers from Deloitte and KCB and co-op trust who were present, plus there were pensioners were shared. Then the corporate trustee at that time was Mr. Olubai. He made a report to you, the pensioners. Following the report, a report from the sponsor that was given by Mr. Mainga. Following that report, there was a report from the fund manager, which was given by Co-op Trust Investment Service by Kenya Commercial Bank. And there was a report by the auditor, which in those days was from Deloitte. After those reports had been given, the AGM was closed in September 2018. That is the minutes of the last AGM. Again, in that meeting of 2018, to please propose and second the adoption of those minutes. So I would request a proposer and a seconder from among the members who were there in 2018. Can you please share your name, sir? Can you give him a mic?
My name is Roger Swere Washika, check number 37782. I propose those minutes because I was present during the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Washika. Can I have a seconder, please? There is a gentleman here who was also present in 2018. Thank you. Mr. Agri Muchiri. Yes, Luchiri. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The minutes are thereby adopted. Pensioners, it is now time for the Board of Trustees to give you the report on your scheme, which to cover the events of the last 4 years. I want to start by thanking all of you who have come here today. I have seen, and I want to apologize, that we don't even have enough chairs for all of you. There are some of you who are standing. And I hope the CEO, who is here with me, Mr. Isaac Sila, please, Isaac, can we organize some chairs for our members? Because I can see there are people there at the back, there are people there are people some here who are not standing, or who are not sitting. And I would like them to have seats, please. We are happy that so many of you have come today. In fact, we were told this hall can take about 800 people, and I can see that it looks like we have filled it up to the top. So I'm happy that you are all here, because we want to account to you about your scheme. As I said earlier, we are going to have an extended session for questions and answers. And I'm requesting that all the questions that you have, multiple questions if you have, please, can you forward them here to our CEO, and we will answer them when we come to that point in the session. It's a great honor to address you on this of the 8th Annual General Meeting. of the Kenya Railways Staff Benefit and Retirement and Benefit Scheme. I want to thank all the stakeholders from the pension industry who have come, particularly, of course, our regulator, the Retirement Benefits Authority, the fund manager, the sponsor, the custodian, the auditor, and also the scheme staff, led by the CEO, Mr. Isaac Sila. I know it's not easy for many of you to get to Nairobi. 2 weeks ago, the trustees traveled to many parts of Kenya. We went to Mombasa, Voi, Kibwezi, we went to Karatina, Nakuru, Webuye, Luanda, Siaya, Kisumu, Kakamega, and Oyugis. We tried to cover most of the country to meet you and explain to you directly what is happening in the scheme and to answer your questions directly. I personally went to 3 locations in Siaya, Luanda, and Kisumu, and I can say I thank the members of those 3 locations for their warm welcome, but also I thank them for their tough questions. In Siaya, they had written down 36 questions, which I answered, and after that, they asked me another 36 questions more than that. And it was the same in Luanda and the same in Kisumu. So we are here to respond to you. Somebody asked, why has this AGM been postponed for 4 years? It has been postponed for 4 years for simply 2 reasons. First of all, the last AGM was in 2018. In 2019, the sponsor decided to terminate the corporate trustee and establish in its place a board of trustees. So we made a change from corporate trustee to board of trustees starting on 1st of August 2019. Now, when the AGM, to establish that board of trustees, we had to have a special general meeting and an election. And in that election, we held, I think, in July 2019, and we elected the elected trustees to join the board of trustees. But having held an SGM, that election meeting, in 2019, it was difficult for this scheme to have an AGM in the same year again. So I think we decided, I was not there, but I think it was decided to postpone that election, the AGM, until early 2020. Then what happened in early 2020? We know that in 2020 we had the pandemic of COVID. And COVID did not allow us to have this kind of meeting where we are here face to face. There were some suggestions, oh, let us do it online. But we said no, because we know that many pensioners do not have easy access to online facilities. And we said we will wait until we can have an AGM face to face. And that's what we are doing today. So the AGM of 2019 was postponed to 2020, which was then postponed to 2021, which was then again, because of COVID, postponed until 2022. And that is where we are today. Now, pensioners, you know this scheme is it's a defined benefit scheme. It acts in accordance with the Retirement Benefits Act of 1997. It was created in 2006 by the sponsor, which is Kenya Railways. That Kenya Railways established this scheme with a set of assets, which were then worth 12.4 billion shillings in 2006, which were transferred, some of them, not all of them, we'll come back to that, which were transferred to the scheme. And but at that time, there was very little liquid cash that was transferred to the scheme. Today, the value of the property is now, as of June 30th, 2021, it is now valued at 27.1 billion. I mentioned already that in 1st of August 2019, a Board of Trustees was established to replace the corporate trustee. That Board of Trustees consists of Professor John Nyerere, who is the chairman, myself, who is nominated by the sponsor. I am from the sponsor. Mr. Mainga, who was here earlier, from the sponsor. Jacqueline Mboga, who is also from the sponsor, but she is not here today because she is attending a Kenya Railways activity in Mombasa. Mr. Sava Kadima, who is also unfortunately not here today because of activities with the Kenya Railways. Mr. James Kanyeki, who is elected. Henry Toili, who is elected. Elijah Mokaya, who is elected. If you notice, those are only 8 names. They are supposed to be 9. There was a 9th trustee, also from the sponsor side. His name is Tom Omariba. He was a trustee until February of this year when his appointment with Kenya Railways ended, and because of that, he could not be a trustee. Since then, he has not been replaced. So right now, our Board of Trustees is of 8 members, 3 elected and 5 appointed by the sponsor. The trustees, we also, of course, have our Chief Executive Officer, the CEO of the scheme, Mr. Isaac Sila, who is here on my left. He is also the Trust Secretary. The trustees have all been trained by RBA and have received their Certificate of Trustees Development Program of Kenya, so that they are qualified trustees. They are qualified up to the standard established by the Retirement Benefits Authority. We have also appointed service providers. I think I've introduced them, but let me quickly mention their roles. The Co-op Bank Trust Investments is our fund manager, who has the responsibility of advising the Board of Trustees on the most suitable way of investing our assets, whether liquid or non-liquid assets, for maximum return for the benefit of members. The custodian is Kenya Commercial Bank Limited, and they are responsible for safeguarding the assets of the scheme, particularly, but not only, the title deeds of all our properties. The auditor is Ronald's LLP, who are responsible for undertaking audits of the scheme accounts and reporting to you, the members, about the financial statements of the scheme. And they will do that today, as well as Deloitte, who are the former auditors. Unfortunately, as I said, there are 4 sets of accounts which have to be presented, and so it will take a bit of time, but I have asked all the presenters to limit their presentations to 10 minutes so that we will have enough time to get to our important session on questions and answers. Now, it is not a secret that this scheme faces big challenges. And I think that is the interest that has brought all of you here today, to understand not only what are the challenges, but more importantly, how are we going to overcome these challenges? Let me summarize the core issue. The core issue remains that the scheme is very well, has a lot of assets. I mentioned 27.1 billion shillings of assets as of June 2021. But those assets do not generate enough liquid cash every month to pay the pensions that we are due to pay. That is the core problem, the core challenge that the scheme has. So our issue, to put it bluntly, is that our assets as they are now produce about 40 million shillings of rent income per month. But our responsibility to you is that we have to pay pensions of 93 million shillings per month. And you can see there is a big gap that has to be filled. This is the challenge. This challenge is not new. It's not from this year or last year. It has been the challenge for this scheme since the inception of the scheme in 2006. And I mean, we as a Board of Trustees, we inherit the accountability from all the previous trustees for that. So we as a Board of Trustees are accountable for that. But it is not a new problem. It is not something that happened yesterday or last week or last year. It has been there. To be more specific, the liquidity level of the fund today, of the scheme today, is about 1%. That is, 1% is available in liquid cash. The fixed assets also, as I said, are significant. They are quite a lot. They are among the highest among all pension schemes in the country. But being in fixed assets, we are also not in, we are not following the regulation of our regulator. Our regulator has told us that we should have no more than 30% of all our assets in properties, in fixed assets. The rest, the 70%, should either be in treasury bills, it should be in certificates of deposit, it should be in shares, it should be in annuities, it should be in any other form which is liquid, which can allow us to liquidate any time and pay the pensions. This is the challenge. Secondly, the properties that we have, and many of you know these properties, they're mainly around Nairobi. They are mainly residential housing estates around Nairobi. And these housing estates were built many, many decades ago. Some of them were built in the 1930s, 1940s. They are 70, 80 years old. And their maintenance has not been done properly. Even when they were given over to us in 2006, they were not properly maintained. And we, since then, have not had the resources to maintain them or to renovate them, to repair them properly. That means, of course, that the income that can come from such houses and buildings is not at the level that it should be. We also face, as the MD had referred to in his statement, that we face litigation from many quarters. First of all, some of the properties that were allocated to us in 2006 had already been encroached. They already had illegal titles on them. And we have to go to court to fight court cases to get those titles clean and clear for us to be able to use. Secondly, the demarcation of titles was not always, the demarcation of areas was not always done. And thirdly, we often have tenants, either individually or as groups, taking us to court to prevent them from paying rent on our properties or to prevent us from evicting them for non-payment of rent. We have, as I mentioned just now, issues of demarcation. For example, we have been allocated 5 acres in the Goodshed area of Nairobi Central Station. But the title deed of that property is for 8.1 acres, and our portion is 5 acres. The division between the 8.1 and the 5 acres, or between the 3.1 and the 5 acres, has never been done. We need to do this so that we can claim and utilize our properties properly. Over the years, the trustees have had the need to sell properties, as you know, to fill this gap between the rental income and the pension to be paid. But sometimes when we sell, especially to government entities, we find that the government entities do not always pay us the full amount or the complete amount. We have, for example, debts with Kura, which have not been paid. We have debts with Kenya Power, KPLC, which have not been paid, and the Ministry of Devolution, which have not been paid. So these are the challenges that we do. Some of the cases in the estates that we manage, where we try to collect rents, we have challenges from either criminal or political elements who incite the tenants not to pay or even threaten our staff when we go there to collect the rent or to evict a tenant who has not paid his or her rent. These are difficult challenges. As a result of this, we have a number of debts. We have chosen as a scheme that we will pay pensions first. Whenever we get resources, our first commitment is to pay pensions. But it does mean that as a scheme, there are some other payments that we should have made that we have not made. For example, we owe the RBA, the regulator, has a fee that it charges us every year, which we have not paid. We have not paid all our debts to KRA. We have not paid all the land rent that is due in the properties in Nairobi to the city council, the land rates. These are challenges. We are trying to address these. Our first priority has been to clear the immediate pension arrears. You will know that in 2020, the pensions from September 2019 had not been paid in August 2020. Nearly 11 months of pension was not paid as of August 2020, from September 2019 up to August 2020. 11 months we were in arrears at that moment. The Board of Trustees took a decision that we need to get out of that situation. And to do so, the Board of Trustees did two things. The first was to take an immediate loan from Kenya Commercial Bank for 850 million shillings. And that 850 million shillings was used to pay the pensions, and I would like to find the exact months that it was paid. The pensions were paid from September 2019 up to October of 2020. That was how that 850 million shillings was used, as well as to clear an old loan also from KCB. The second decision that was taken at that time was that we needed to establish stability in the scheme by having a significant liquid cash reserve. And to do that, the Board of Trustees proposed, and the sponsor agreed, that we should sell a significant piece of land, which was the Railway Club land. And that was also possible because the Railway Club was in the route of the Nairobi Expressway. The Board of Trustees sold that land for 7.95 billion shillings to the government. And the government paid us immediately about 1.2 million shillings, billion shillings in December of 2020. And we have used that money to pay the pensions for December 2020 and up until November of 2021. Then we have been waiting, and we agreed with government that they would pay us 105 million shillings every month so that the pension scheme would have a regular liquid income to cover the costs of the pensions every month. Remember, I've said the pensions are costing 93 million shillings every month. Unfortunately, the government has not always honored this payment of installments. The next payment we got was approved in December of 2021, but was not disbursed until May of 2022. And you will realize that that is what has caused that 6-month delay in paying pensions of 2022. We managed, through our rent income, to pay December 2021 in March, and then when the funds were disbursed to us in May, we paid, at the end of June, we paid 5 months of pension, and I think also last Friday, we paid the pension for June of 2022, using those same funds, plus the rental income. So this is a sign of the challenges that we have, but also a signal of how we want to get out of these challenges. When the government will pay us regularly this 105 million, we shall be in a position to clear the pensions every month. And hopefully, as we go forward, because they currently have an arrears of about 1.24 billion, we shall also have the opportunity to clear some of the debts that we have with you. Because we have debts with you, the pensioners, first of all. We have debts related to the arrears increment. Between January 2014 until December 2020, we have increments that took place. Some were 3%, some were 5%. But those increments, while we have calculated them, we know what they are, but we have not got the resources to pay them. That's our first debt. The total of that debt is about 540 million. Secondly, there are cases of the SACCO payments, the check-off payments, which have been made. And also there, we have also some debts to clear. And the estimated amount of that is about 118 million that we owe you for check-offs and SACCOs. Then we also have deferred members. The deferred members are staff who are still in Kenya Railways. Some have retired and since the inception of the scheme, and they were expecting to get some lump sum payments. They have not received the lump sum payments. And we owe them about 48.9 million shillings. These are debts we owe you, the members. That's before I count the debts which I mentioned earlier to KRA, to RBA, to the City Council. And of course, I mentioned about that 850 million shilling loan. There's a balance on that loan. The balance now, we have brought it down. It is now 177 million shillings, but we still owe that too. So these, thank you for the appreciation. These are the challenges that the scheme is facing. Our plans to address this, as I said, is to, first of all, make sure that we get our regular payment from government. Secondly, is to make sure that we put pressure on those government agencies which owe us funds, like KURA, KPLC, Ministry of Devolution, that they owe us funds, that we managed to collect those balances from earlier sales. The aim of the trustees is a simple one. We want to pay pensions on time. We want to give increments every year, as we should do. That's it. It's not a hard statement, but it is not easy to get there, I can tell you. Now, we have managed to do one thing, which is that the increments were calculated, as I said, from 2014 up to 2020, and from 2021, we have managed to be paying the pension at the incremented rate. Although, as I said earlier, we still owe you the increments from 2014 to 2020, which has not been paid. But now we are paying you at the incremented rate, and in 2022, we also increased the rate. The deferred members are those who continued working with Kenya Railways after 2006. For a long time, the enhancement of their deferred payments had not been addressed by the Board of Trustees. It was addressed this year. We now have the possibility to inform a deferred member of what their pension will be. But I emphasize that the deferred member's pension is still based upon the salary that they had in 2006. And our plan, as I said also earlier, is to pay the lump sum payments of about 48.9 million shillings that we owe to them. Dear pensioners, this scheme is governed by a document called the Trust Deed and Rules. It is like the constitution of the scheme. It tells us what you members are due. There is formulas in there that calculates your pension. It's a defined benefit scheme. And it also says what are the responsibilities and the accountabilities of the Board of Trustees. That document was established in 2006. As I said, that's when the scheme started. And since 2006, in the 16 years since then, there has been some changes in pension law in Kenya related to how pension schemes are managed. We need, and this is a requirement from our regulator, we need to update our trust deed and rules. We need, in other words, to amend our constitution. So as we went around, we also asked the members, when we met them in different localities, we asked the members, what are the things you would like to see in this scheme? And we got quite a lot of feedback, to be frank. The feedback included about five specific requests or proposals that came from the members. And I want to mention them to you, but I want to be clear, as I mentioned them, that these are proposals. And there are certain implications of these proposals that we need to understand as we move forward. The first proposal was that the number of elected trustees should be increased from 3 to 6 in the Board of Trustees. Then, as you know, at present we have 3 elected trustees out of the 9, and the other 6 are nominated by the sponsor, Kenya Railways. Now, that ratio of 3 elected and 6 nominated from the sponsor reflects the minimum requirement of the regulations established by RBA. Why does the sponsor have such an overwhelming number in the Board of Trustees? 6 out of 9. And the answer is as follows. This scheme, as a defined benefit scheme, has a sponsor who is always legally accountable to pay pensions if the scheme fails at any point. It is a legal responsibility of the sponsor to pay pensions. You have heard already this morning the MD, Mr. Mainga, who said that from time to time, the sponsor, that is Kenya Railways, has had to come in to complete payment of pensions when we are short of liquid funds. And if the scheme fails for whatever reason, or the scheme is wound up for whatever reason, then the sponsor will be accountable to pay your pensions. So you can understand that the sponsor has a very strong interest in the success of the scheme. The sponsor would like the scheme to work effectively and efficiently so that this accountability, this responsibility will not come back to the sponsor. That's why the sponsor is a significant player. But that proposal, as I said, has been made. The second one was that the elected trustee elections should be decentralized from Nairobi and moved to the regions. Now, this is a costly exercise and has the risks of manipulation. However, at the same time, we want to give as many members as possible the opportunity to participate in those elections. How do we balance these two, between participation and cost? And I'm going to come back to the election policy and manual, but in the election policy and manual, we are proposing that, or one of the options for undertaking election is through online voting. And I'll explain more about that later. So that might be the solution to that request. The third proposal that we heard as we went in different parts of the country was that members wanted the scheme to pay the monthly NHIF contribution without deducting from the pension. Now, in effect, that means a pension increase of 500 shillings per month per pensioner, de facto. That is the implication of that. And therefore, we have to look at that in terms of, is it affordable? Can we sustain that financially going forward when we already have the problems and issues that we have? From the point of view of the trustees, it is a very desirable additional benefit. But we cannot add benefits when we still have not fully satisfied the current benefits. You understand, it does not make sense. But let me assure you that if we can get ourselves out of the current situation that we are in, paying for NHIF would be one of the better options, I think, for supporting the members. A similar request came, particularly, and I have to say this, it was quite emotionally came from some widows in Luanda. I think there are some members from Luanda here. Maybe they can just wave, those members who are from Luanda, where they are. I can see them there. Thank you. The widows in Luanda asked us, after a pensioner dies, the survivor, normally a widow, has only 5 years of survivor benefit. Can that benefit not be extended so that the widows can have an additional support? Again, that is in effect an additional benefit. We would have to assess how much will that benefit cost the scheme every year until we reach the last surviving pensioner. Because this scheme has to survive until it pays the last surviving pensioner. So that would have to be a calculation of that's an additional benefit. Again, if we cannot currently pay properly and regularly the benefits, are we really in a position to add more? And the last request proposal we had was that the minimum pension, which is currently 4,500 shillings or so, should be increased to around 10,000 shillings at the minimum level for those who are on the lowest pensions because of course, the cost of living, which is high. And again, this is effectively an increased benefit, and an increased benefit would represent an increased cost on the scheme and on the assets of the scheme. We would have to calculate that. But again, this is one of the priorities for the Board of Trustees as we get ourselves into a financially sustainable position. As I said, we have the arrears to clear. We have the lump sum for the deferred. We have the accrued increments that were not paid from 2014 to 2020. We have the SACCO payments, the checkoffs, which have also not been paid. We need to clear these first. But when we clear these, then we want to improve the scheme. We want to review the TDR. We are required to review the TDR by our regulator. So I would request all of you, any of you, if you have any specific proposal to include in the amended TDR, the amended constitution of this scheme, if you have any proposal, please send it to the CEO before the end of this month so that we can then review it in the Board of Trustees. We can take it then to get the blessing from the sponsor, and finally, we will take the amended TDR to the regulator for the regulator to give us the final approval. That is the process by which we shall change the TDR. Dear pensioners, under the guidance of the regulator, your scheme has updated various policies and procedures. Some of these policies and procedures were not even in place, unfortunately, for some time. We have updated the Trustees Board Charter, the Code of Conduct and Ethics for the Trustees, the Members' Communication Policy, and here let me say a word. We have not been good on communication. That is a fact. We have not been good on communication with you. And the reason why we have not been good is because we know that the most fundamental important thing that you expect from us is the payment of pensions on time. And we also know that for many months, whether it was 2019, whether it was 2020, whether it was 2021, 2022, those payments have often been delayed, and sometimes very much delayed. And this has been a painful thing for you, but also for us. We have to improve our communication policy. We have also a new policy on conflict of interest. We have a new policy and manual on the elected trustees election process, which I shall speak to later in the agenda. We have a governance manual, an ICT policy, a procurement policy and procedures. As you know, the pension scheme, although it is not a public body, but being a pension scheme associated with a state corporation, that is Kenya Railways, we have to follow the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, what is the PPDA. Those of you who are in the procurement area will know the PPDA. And also the trustees' remuneration policy. So we have updated these 9 policies. I'm going to speak more about the election manual and policy, and also on the trustees' remuneration policy. But I would like to make, I'd like to announce today that our 3 elected trustees on the Board of Trustees have a mandate that expires on the 31st of July, this month. It expires at the end of this month. They have had a mandate of 3 years, and that mandate has come to an end. We are proposing, or we have formed, an ad hoc election committee, which consists of 2 sponsor-nominated trustees. That is, the ad hoc election committee does not have any elected trustee in it. I want to be very clear. The ad hoc election committee, composed of Mr. Kadima, who is the General Manager for Human Resources of Kenya Railways, and composed of Jacqueline Boga, who is in the Finance Department of Kenya Railways. Those are the sponsor-nominated trustees. They are forming the committee for the elections. The secretary to that committee is the CEO of the scheme, Mr. Isaac Sila. Those 3, as an ad hoc committee, have recommended to the Board of Trustees, and the Board of Trustees has accepted that the elections for the next 3 elected trustees should take place on Tuesday, the 20th of September, 2022. So those members and all of you are eligible for those posts, for those 3 posts. All of you are eligible. As members of the scheme, any of you can stand for those posts. I will give more details about the election process under that agenda item in the AGM today. But the most important thing is that election is 60 days from today. 60 days from today. Dear pensioners, what are our plans going forward? We have developed a comprehensive strategic plan which covers the period 2021 to 2026. In this strategic plan, our vision is to be a model pension scheme for a comfortable and dignified retirement for our members. We want to have the scheme to grow and to sustain the liquid income into the scheme so that we are paying pensions on time. There are key 5 pillars that we have looked at. These are the scheme investment strategy and solvency strategy to maintain our solvency. That is the first priority. You heard Mr. Mainga, the MD of Kenya Railways, urging us to come up with a plan how to utilize our assets to generate revenue. We have been looking in different directions. I mentioned already the sale of Railway Club to bring in a regular income. We are also undertaking negotiations with private developers who are interested in developing Makongeni Estate so that we can get a regular income from that through a joint venture. We want to have, as a second pillar, sustainable governance, operational efficiency, sustainable member customer services, and compliance and management of risks. These are the pillars on which we want to build and expand this scheme for you, the members. There are two perhaps important aspects I should touch on quickly. We are going, before the end of this year, we will establish a new ICT system that will allow all pensioners to contact through any internet or smartphone, to contact the scheme's database and find out their statements, the amounts that they have, the pay slips, etc., so that all that information is easily available to you online wherever you are, and you don't have to come to Nairobi to get that information. We'll also be able, on that system, you can change your pay points if you wish to change from a bank to M-Pesa or vice versa. We'll also be able to update your life certificates as you are required to do periodically and under the instruction of the management. And it will allow us, of course, to confirm that members are still there and still with us. So we look forward to this system being fully operational by the end of the year, and that will give us a chance to be a more efficient, to provide you with more efficient services. I mentioned already about the KCB loan and how it was utilized. So I will pass on and mention briefly about rental collection. One of the key concerns has been about rental collection. Because, as I said earlier, we are not always able to collect all the rent that is due to us from the rental properties that we have. And this is due to resistance, political interference, criminal acts, etc. What we can say is that in the year to June 2017, the rent collection was in total for the whole year, for the 12 months, was 485 million. And in the last session, which we last year, that we have records confirmed, up to June 2021, the collection was 568 million. Our sense, though, is that these collections should still be even higher, and we have to invest more to address this issue. Because we are about to face national elections, this is not the time to undertake sensitive operations in the estates. But hopefully soon after the elections, we shall coordinate with the county government, the national government, and the security services and come together so that we can have proper law and order in the estates and proper collection of the rents that are due and the eviction of tenants who do not pay. Dear members, we have also some property in Mombasa, and I'm sure many of you will have heard that this property at one time had been wrongly charged by a tenant, and that property had been misused and vandalized by that tenant. We had to go to court to get an order to recover that property, and I'm pleased to inform you that we do have the High Court has ordered that that lease be expunged, be deleted from the title deed, and the tenant has been removed, and we are now in control of that property in Mombasa. It is known as Chambilo. Now, I mentioned earlier, as I come to close now, that we are not meeting the regulatory standard, that we have a maximum of 30% of our assets in property. We are something like 99% of our assets are in property. So we have to, over the coming years, it's not something that we can do suddenly, because it has to be done carefully and to make sure that we maximize the revenue that is coming to the scheme to pay pensions. But over the coming months, years, we have to reduce that 99% to 30%. So we have to go into partnership with developers so that we then don't become owners of property, but we become owners of income. That's what we're looking for income. That's what we need. And that income should then be stored, if it needs to be stored, in liquid form, like treasury bills, certificates of deposit, shares, annuities, etc. Those are how we should be working. We have to work hard to recover the properties that have not come fully to us from the sponsor. I mentioned already Goodshed. I can also mention there are some properties in Upper Hill where we were told there's a property, but already there are illegal titles on it. We have to deal with those cases where people have entered into a sale agreement. We are still holding the title, but they haven't finished paying, so that we get the funds that are due to us. Again, we have cases in Matumbatu and so on. We have a potential opportunity. Many of you will have heard about Nairobi Railway City, which is a proposed government development in the area bounded by Haile Selassie Avenue, Uhuru Highway, Bunyala Road, and Landis Road. Within that area, we, as this scheme, we own 4 parcels. We own 5 acres in Goodshed. We own 5 acres around the headquarters building of the Kenya Railways. We own about 20 acres in Landimawe. And we own, how many acres in Mudurwa? 29, about 29 acres in Mudurwa. Those are potential properties that will be within the overall larger plan of Nairobi Railway City. And we have, if government will put in the basic infrastructure of roads, of water, of power, of sewage and electricity, etc., internet, there will be, of course, a lot of potential in those properties for development as part of the Nairobi Railway City plan going forward. So again, we are hopeful that that will be one of the options where we can partner with developers who want to put up affordable housing or office buildings, etc., so that we can get a regular income. That's what this scheme needs, is a regular income. We want to work with you, dear members, and I think the MD of Kenya Railways has said it all, so I will not repeat. What I will say is that I appreciate that each one of you should be an activist for this scheme. You should be an activist for this scheme. An activist who is keeping a check on us, the Board of Trustees. But please, be a positive activist. Be a constructive activist. Be a supportive activist. If we go wrong, tell us, but tell us exactly where we went wrong. Do not make general statements without facts or places or dates. If you feel that your Board of Trustees itself is incompetent or cannot manage, the solution is here with the regulatory body, the RBA. You can petition them, but please, they will also ask for facts and dates and figures and names. They will not deal with general accusations. They will not deal with rumors or WhatsApp message. But that authority is with them. They have the power to remove us any day, even today. So we are first and foremost accountable to you, the pensioners of this scheme. But behind us, there is a regulator who keeps an eye on us. We report to them quarterly. We give them annual reports. We have given them the annual financial statements. They have the right to come to our scheme at any time, and ask us for information. So they have the power of regulation. And we have the responsibility to account to them and to you. And we are ready to do so. And I look forward to doing so today in this, the 8th Annual General Meeting. Thank you very much.
Good morning, our pensioners. I want to direct you where we have our washrooms. I've been told they are being accessed from this opening here, where we have our staff, that batch called Ruth. So once you want to relieve yourself, please use that exit. Thank you. Habari ya asubuhi pensioners. Ninasema kwa kutaka kujisaidia, mlango wa kutokea ndio ule. Kuna staff wetu amesimama pale anaitwa Ruth. Unapitia pale, unajisaidia. Vyumba vya kujisaidia viko hapo nyuma. Nafikiri sasa nimesikika. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to hand over to the representative from the Retirement Benefits Authority who will give their remarks.
Good morning. I'm pleased to see many of you. I call some of you my parents. I call some of you my brothers and sisters. As pensioners of Kenya Railway Scheme, the authority is always very pleased to share a moment and such a moment with you. Allow me first to give apologies from our Chief Executive Officer, our Acting Chief Executive Officer. His name is Charles Mashira. He would really have loved to be here this morning, but due to other engagements, has not been able to do so. If you are aware, we recently lost our outgoing CEO, and so there are a number of things happening at the authority to afford him a decent send-off, and we also have various meetings with our parent ministry where we report. Now, I'll read remarks on behalf of the Retirement Benefits Authority, but first of all, let me just thank the trustees for inviting us to this AGM and for finally taking that role to organize the AGM. I know an AGM for Kenya Railways is not an easy AGM to organize. An AGM for 7,000 members plus is not easy, and I think we can give them credit for having done a very good job that we are witnessing here. I think you can clap for them. Now, I came in and the managing director was here together with the chair, board of directors of Kenya Railways. Again, we saw them speak, and that only shows their testament that they are concerned about this scheme, and they are concerned about the welfare of you as pensioners of this scheme, and they're ready to do everything to ensure that pensioners of Kenya Railways scheme retire and live in comfortable lives at retirement. I have seen it and witnessed. So again, thank you to the sponsor, even though they have left, for having taken time to come to this AGM. Now, thank you very much. You're our guest of honors today, the pensioners of this scheme. And when I look around, I see faces that I have interacted with. I'm happy that even though COVID came and we cut down on a little physical communication, I can see that they're still looking very well. So I'm grateful to God for keeping us and for this opportunity. So I shall read the remarks of the Retirement Benefits Authority. It is a privilege to be here this morning to speak to such a noble group of people, you as pensioners. We are very happy that you've turned out in large numbers despite the very cold weather. During the weekend, I had a relative visiting from where I come from, and from my name, probably you know where I come from. So they could not stand the cold in Nairobi, and they had to go back. So I know some of you have come from very warm places, karibu to baridi, but I hope you're warm, and this room is as well warm for you. Now, this AGM is a provision in the Retirement Benefits Regulations. The Retirement Benefits Regulations require trustees to convene an AGM for your scheme to enable you to get first-hand information on your scheme. And we've already received so much information. I think the chair of the Board of Trustees has been very transparent in his speech and said it as it is. We need to work together to support this scheme. It is a very rich scheme. It's one of the top schemes in this country. And just a few things happening here and there, we will see this scheme doing very well. Now, Regulation 8.2K, for those who like to refer to the laws of the occupational regulations, prescribes that trustees hold annual general meetings, and it also prescribes a minimum agenda for the AGM. And that agenda is as follows. First, to receive a report on any changes in the benefits and contribution structure. Now, your scheme does not have contributions, so there are no changes that we will hear about with regard to contributions. Now, already there is a formula of how your benefits are provided for. I do not think, because this is a closed scheme, we shall see any changes in that structure of payment. The second report is a report on the audited accounts, and we have been confirmed to and have heard from Deloitte, who did audits for 2018 to 2020. They will give their report, so that's agenda that we will take that has happened. We also have Ronald's LLP, who will be giving a report on the audited accounts. We also have a requirement that a report on investments is done. The chair has already shed light on some of the investments you have, but we also have here the fund manager of the scheme, Corp Trust, and I believe he'll be speaking to you to give you their report. Now, another agenda that is required is a report on remuneration of trustees. Now, unlike company AGMs, our AGMs, scheme AGMs, are to enable us get first-hand information on schemes. So we don't normally vote on matters, but an opportunity has been given to us as members of this scheme that we approve the remuneration of trustees. So that's in the agenda, and I believe it will be communicated to ourselves, and the way forward on how we will deal with that matter will come. Now, lastly, the agenda requires that members ask questions and receive feedback. We have been told, the chair has confirmed, and I repeat to you, that there are papers circulating. Please ask your questions, and they will be glad, all of us here, together with the service providers, to answer your questions. So that is how AGMs have been set up in the law. Now, I'll just now talk about ourselves as the Retirement Benefits Authority. Who are we? Now, we are a regulatory body under the Ministry of Finance, National Treasury. That's where we report. We were founded by an Act of Parliament, the Retirement Benefits Act, number 3 of 1997, just to remind you. And the authority began operations in October of 2000. This was like 3 years later. It allowed time for regulations to operationalize the Act to come into place. So once the regulations were gazetted, that is when RBA commenced operations. If you look at the Act, Section 5 of that Act, it gives us 5 broad mandates. The first one being to regulate and supervise establishment and management of retirement benefit schemes. Which are retirement benefit schemes? The Kenya Railway Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme is one of the schemes we regulate and supervise. We have close to 1,000 retirement benefit schemes that we regulate and supervise. It would be an offense to run a scheme without registration with authority, and your scheme has actually been given the go-ahead by a certificate of registration. Now, we have different kinds of schemes. The Kenya Railway scheme is a scheme only for people who worked with Kenya Railways, so that's an occupational scheme. We also have what are called individual schemes. They've been set up by various corporate entities, and they are schemes to afford people who are not in employment, maybe in informal sector, to also save for retirement. So we have a number of those schemes, and I like to say that you're our ambassadors. You have children, you have grandchildren who probably are in informal sector. They're not privileged like yourselves to have a scheme. You're our ambassadors to tell them that it's important to save for retirement, and they are afforded an opportunity through those schemes. Now, secondly, we have a role to protect the interests of members and sponsors of retirement benefit schemes. So as equally as we protect the members, we also protect Kenya Railways, the corporation, who is the sponsor of this scheme. If you look at our regulations and our act, we have so many rights of members of retirement benefit schemes. We have a right that your benefits cannot be assigned if you have debt. It cannot be attached. We have a right on your benefits should be paid timely. I know for Kenya Railways, that is not happening, and we have been told about the challenges. I will also talk a little bit about them. So we have, through the work we do, supervising your scheme, supervising the service providers, we have a responsibility to protect your interests. We have an open door policy. You can come to RBA. You can lodge a complaint at RBA, and we will address it on your behalf free of charge. So that is our second broad mandate. We also have a mandate to promote development of the retirement benefit sector. And we've seen from 2000 to date, the industry has grown. It's a big player in the economy. We are holding assets of close to 1.6 trillion. So it's a very big industry, the retirement benefits industry, which needs to be nurtured and to be protected, and that's our role as RBA to do so. Then we report to National Treasury, so we have a responsibility to advise the Cabinet Secretary on policy relating to the industry. And time again, we also listen to your views as pensioners, as members of schemes, and through our engagements with yourself, we give submissions on what can be done to improve this industry. So from that broad mandate, you will note that we don't take a direct control of operations of the scheme. Operations of the scheme are directly by trustees who are elected by yourselves and the sponsor. In the alternate of elected and nominated trustees, you would have a corporate body doing trusteeship, and that is once what you had in Kenya Railways. So the trustees have a responsibility to manage your scheme in your best interests. A summary of their roles include ensuring that the scheme is managed professionally and prudently. Sometimes they may delegate roles to other service providers to help them, but they remain ultimately responsible. They also have a power to invest the scheme funds. They have power to dispose of property, to sell off the property, the assets of the scheme, to collect income that will enable timely payment of your pensions. They also have a power to borrow. And as the chair told us, they have been at times forced to borrow money to be able to pay pensions. And when you're borrowing money, it means you will pay with interest. So some of the proceeds of your scheme are also used to pay interest, because money has been borrowed. They have a responsibility to calculate and pay your benefits and many other duties, but that's just in a summary their role. They appoint service providers, and so you will not, as RBA, we do not take direct control of your scheme. Powers are vested in trustees, who we approve, who we vet. They've told you that they have attended a program that we require them to attend, so that they learn to be able to manage the scheme properly. We also do not direct schemes on how to invest funds. Schemes are guided by the investment guidelines in the retirement benefits regulations, which provide where assets can be invested and maximum amounts in each asset class. Again, I repeat, like the chair has said, your scheme has not been compliant in that area because the requirement is only 30% should be in brick and mortar, but you have more than 90% in brick and mortar, which is something that your scheme has not succeeded in doing. We don't pay contributions and we don't receive, we don't pay benefits and we don't receive contributions. So basically our role is oversight. I will equate ourselves to central bank that regulates banks. We regulate retirement benefit schemes. I will equate ourselves to the Insurance Regulatory Authority, which regulates insurance company. We regulate retirement benefit schemes. I hope I've been able to enlighten you on the role of RBA, and I'll be happy to answer questions. Now, we have seen the industry grow. In 2000, the industry only had about 40 billion worth of assets. So at that time, if it was, I think if today we had 40 billion, it would just be your scheme and another scheme. But today we are talking about 1.6 trillion in assets. We've also seen a growth in number of members who are members of retirement benefit schemes, but the number has not been very encouraging. So we are still saying that that's a challenge we have, that Kenyans are not saving for retirement, and we must inculcate them the culture of saving for retirement. The industry has also faced a number of challenges. Key among them is unremitted contributions by public sector schemes. So schemes of state corporations, schemes of counties, schemes of university. We've had a very big challenge because those schemes are contributory schemes, but sometimes the employers fail to contribute. So we are tackling with that problem. In our laws, the action that is taken is first of all remedial before punitive action is taken. We recently amended our laws and we have asked KRA to come on board because they have the mechanisms to help us in recovery of unremitted contributions. If you read the papers last week, we've also seen the National Treasury taking a key role to address this perennial problem, and they have appointed a task force to address these issues. And once that big challenge is sorted out, we will see more Kenyans retiring to comfortable lives in retirement. When we talk about challenges, and when we talk to our board directors and we give them information, your scheme also comes as a challenge. Because as Retirement Benefits Authority, we empathize with you as pensioners. We are not happy to see pensioners who go for months without payment of pensions. So we empathize with you. We would want to see a turnaround of things. We would want to see you coming to the authority, not to tell us that pensions have not been paid for a number of months, but you coming to the authority and telling us that this scheme is doing well, that trustees are doing well, that they have opened doors and you're communicating and you're working together. That is what we would aspire for. So now I'll talk to you about your scheme in the eyes of the regulator. The sponsor talked about your scheme, the trustees have talked about your scheme, but what do we say from the eyes of the regulator? Now we confirm that your scheme is duly registered. It has a certificate of registration which was issued on 4th of May 2006. It's a scheme that has one of the biggest. It would actually be in the list of top 20 schemes. The top 20 being your scheme, the NSSF. Now we have a new baby on board which is growing, the Public Service Superannuation Scheme. It's growing very speedily. The sponsor talked about Bandari, Kenya Ports Authority. Those are the schemes you're in the league of, yeah, which have assets worth over 30 billion. Now, whereas your scheme has continued to meet its various obligations, we've talked about we've talked about submission of returns. Your scheme has done that on time. We require schemes to submit audited accounts. We require the service providers to submit investment returns, custody returns. We require an actuarial report to be sent to us every 3 years. Your scheme has done that. It has complied with those provisions. But we are also cognizant of the various challenges this scheme faces. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that your scheme, unlike other schemes that we regulate, is very unique. When your scheme was set up in 2006, previously, members or staff of Kenya Railways were paid pensions by the corporation. But when the scheme was set up, it did not have a fund per se. It was given properties to be the assets of the scheme. So it was a requirement then that those properties are sold to create liquidity and to be diversified into other assets. I believe the fund manager will be better at speaking about investments than I am, and so that it enables this scheme grow. So that is the biggest challenge of this scheme, that it is very rich, but rich in brick and mortar. I always say today, if you have a home and you want to sell it, will you go out in the market and in the evening you already have a buyer? Members, ukikuwa na nyumba ama shamba ekari 10, unaweza enda nje alafu ukuje jioni ukuwa na umepata mtu anataka kununua. Unless utapata mtu mwenye anataka kununua na hataki kulipa pesa mzuri, si ndio? So that process, some of your properties are also very unique properties. When we are talking about Makongeni, yeah, it's not very easy to dispose them of. So those are the key challenges your scheme has. Now, so I've talked about it. We need your investments to come back to only 30% in property. We need trustees to try and dispose of that property. If it was another scheme, we would have already taken a stick and said tomorrow we want that property limit to come down. But for your scheme, we cannot come out with a stick and say in 5 months or in 1 year we want those properties to come down. So we understand that it will be a process. Now the scheme has a huge liquidity problem. Yeah? So we need those assets to be liquidated so that you're paid pensions. We need you to be paid pension increases. I'm sure you have your friends who used to work in Telcom, who are members of Telposta pension scheme. Every time they'll tell you what? They get 3% pension increase. Sinu kweli? Yes? That is what we want. For your scheme, maybe it's even richer. We want maybe 5%, not 3%. But this cannot happen if we only have brick and mortar. It cannot happen if we have tenants who are not paying rent and the scheme is not able to collect rent. Now, there was an actuarial valuation report, which is a requirement of all DB schemes to be submitted to the authority every 3 years. The report as at 30th June 2020 said your scheme is 166% funded. Repeat after me, 166. Now, the law requires schemes to only be 100%. So what are you doing? You are above average. Sindio, you are doing very well. But how are you doing very well? You're rich in assets, but very poor, because you're not paying pensions on time. So we must address that problem. But you're very lucky. Do you know we have a scheme which is less than 20% funded? So you do not have a funding problem, you just have a problem that needs to be addressed by selling off assets. Our advice regarding the position of the scheme is that trustees need to put in every effort to try and dispose of properties that they are able to. They've talked about joint ventures. Again, these are plans sometimes trustees have. And I will also say that trustees have come to our doors when they have plans on how to help to assist this scheme. And you can imagine, trustees are only conceptualizing an idea, but somebody already goes to say that that idea is not good. Those are things that as members I encourage us, that let us think about the bigger picture. Let us not only think about now. Yeah? Let us not always think that somebody is up to benefit themselves. Yeah? So when they brought that idea to the authority, we raised questions that they were required to answer. Yeah? And they said they're still discussing this project. It is not a project that is being implemented. The sponsor also raised questions, and those are things that happen. We had valid questions we asked them to address. Now, our prayer is that with the concerted effort of trustees, made together with the help of the sponsor, with you as members supporting them, then this scheme's problems will be addressed. Please, members, let us not be the ones putting roadblocks to the trustees meeting their objectives. They've told you about a strategic plan that they've developed, where they want to be. They want to communicate properly with you as members. They want to have efficient channels. They're embracing technology so that you're able to get abreast of your scheme. And those are the things that we expect good trustees to do. Now, an AGM is one of the things, again, we know your scheme did not hold AGMs for the last 3 years. Today, they're holding the AGM. We know some of the reasons, and they've articulated them. We had the COVID outbreak that did not allow us to have physical gatherings, especially for the people who are present here, most of us who are elderly. Now, as an authority, we gave opportunity to some schemes to postpone AGMs because of their nature. But we also saw some schemes embracing technology to be able to hold AGMs. So they had virtual AGMs. But again, your scheme has told us the difficulties it would be to do a virtual AGM. And I'm sure we are all congregated here because we also want to meet with our former colleagues, the person I sat next to, and I'm sure after this you will have so much to talk about with your former colleagues. But we believe going forward, then the trustees will now hold AGMs because we don't think we are going to have another COVID outbreak. And we pray to God that we do not have another COVID outbreak. Now, we receive numerous complaints, concerns from members of schemes. Now, I really like what the sponsor said about an umbrella scheme for you as pensioners. We have countless number of associations who come to the authority with different concerns. Now, if you would congregate yourselves in one umbrella body because you all have the same needs, you all have the same interests, then you would speak together and it would be an opportunity to address those issues. Just before COVID, we had taken the opportunity as regulator to meet with some of the representatives of the associations, but we cannot tell whether they are the true representatives. Yes? We had an opportunity to meet with them together with the trustees, with a sponsor, because we wanted to address the Kenya Railways issues. Now, they will be better addressed if that umbrella was formed. Now, in the spirit of listening to yourselves and in the spirit because we want to protect the interests of members, we appointed EY to carry out an investigation onto the affairs of your scheme. We did it at our own cost. And so EY did an investigation. They interviewed some of you. They interviewed the trustees who are in office. They interviewed the staff of the scheme, and they came up with a report and with recommendations. Now, the report unearthed some things that need to be done correctly, and it also outlined areas of improvement. And generally, the areas recommended for improvement was A, the scheme needs to put in place proper mechanisms of collecting rent. So if they put proper mechanisms, we possibly could see this scheme collecting rent of 50 million and not 40 million. It needs to put proper policies on payment methods. And we have already been told the scheme has developed policies. We've been told about those policies. I believe that is trustees implementing those decisions. And we can only entrust them that they will do better, they will leave those policies and not just leave them on the shelf to gather dust. So what I can say is RBA is at your heart. It's available to you. We have been addressing the concerns of your scheme, and we will not tire. I think in closing, we have an election coming up on the 20th of September. So just as words of advice, as a regulator, we note that the term of member-elected trustees is coming to an end. They've only served one term, so they're eligible for another term. If they put themselves into the ring, they're eligible to be voted. But what are we saying about the elections? We are saying that You as members have to vet the people you want in office. You have to look at their character. Are they people of good character? Are they people who are going to propel your scheme and not look at their own interests? Are they people who have the knowledge and experience to run this unique scheme with its challenges? So when you're considering who you're electing, please make sure they tick that box. We talk about Chapter 6 of the Constitution, integrity issues. We talk about our Section 26 of the Act. We say a person who's not been involved in mismanagement. If a person has not been able to manage their own affairs properly, will they be able to manage a scheme affairs? No. So you have to look at all those things, and that is our advice to you. So in a nutshell, those were my few remarks. I think the sponsor and the trustees had said so much that I didn't need to add, but just to confirm to you that RBA is always committed to working with the trustees, with the service providers, and you, our guest of honors, and we want only the very best for Kenya Railways. I want, when I go to my village in Busia and I meet one of you, then you say you're happy as a former employee of Kenya Railways. That I see you and I can see the shine on your face that you're living a good and comfortable life in retirement. God bless you very much, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Caroline Wambire. Our next report, we now have the reports from the service providers. Just before we go on, I want to mention 2 points. One is, I hope all of you have been given a piece of paper like this. If you haven't got one, please ask for it. CEO, there are people who have not got. Please, this is your method for asking the questions, which we are going to answer in this session today. So we would like everybody to have this piece of paper so that you can write your questions, and we will respond. Secondly, I'm happy to inform us that we've been joined by a representative of the National Health Insurance Fund, and I would like her to introduce herself, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alinda Mugiri, and I work with National Hospital Insurance Fund. And on behalf of the CEO of NHIF, I thank you for all inviting me to be here. I would like to talk to us about NHIF because I believe we are all members. I believe everyone in this pension scheme is a member of NHIF, and it's important for everyone to understand how to access benefit and what kinds of benefits you are entitled to. NHIF is a cover that was created by the government of Kenya in 1964 under the Ministry of Health to assist everybody, all members of the Kenyan Republic, people who reside in Kenya, who are not necessarily Kenyans, and Kenyans also, to be able to meet healthcare costs. Because ugonjwa isemangi inakuja. Does it send an SMS? Next week on Tuesday, TB inakuja? No, it comes. And many times when it comes, you don't have anything in your pocket. So the government saw that it was useful to have a scheme whereby everybody can access some way to pay their hospitalization, their healthcare needs. NHIF, all Kenyans are eligible as long as you're 18 years and above and you are a holder of an ID. I think we all qualify here. Yeah? And the card covers one member, his or her spouse, and any children of either member or spouse that are under the age of 18 or are still in school, up to the age of 25. You register using your national identity card, your passport if you're not a Kenyan, or your alien certificate if you're not a Kenyan. Then you let us know who your dependents are. Once you're registered, you begin to make payments, and voluntary contributors, who I think this scheme falls under, make payments of 500 shillings every month to access benefit. For NHIF members, in government hospitals, we pay the bill in full if the patient is admitted. and that helps. We pay the bill in full as long as the patient is admitted. For low-cost hospitals, especially the mission-based, we'll pay for medical costs. And you find that if you have a surgery, we will pay part of the cost, but there'll be a small co-payment. The same applies to high-cost hospitals. We can't regulate how much they charge, so you find that we don't pay very much in those hospitals. NHIF has a very wide range of hospitals, actually more than 2,500 hospitals across the country, and all our hospitals are accessible to our members, but it is always good to ask at the hospital the amount of money that NHIF pays, the percentage of the hospitalization fee, so that you can know whether you're dealing with a high-cost facility or a hospital in which we will pay the majority of the fees. We welcome all our members to make sure that they make inquiries. NHIF also encourages members when they are making their payments to let us know their contact details, most especially their telephone numbers, because we communicate with our members using the telephone messages most of the time. And you'll find that anytime you access benefit, we give you a telephone message of the same. Anytime any update is made on your membership, we will notify you using your telephone. And also we require that you choose a facility for outpatient care using your own phone, or a phone that is registered to be a party to you. What does that mean? It means that when we register your phone, when you're choosing a facility, you will dial our short message number, which is *155#. The number is *155#, and there'll be a charge of 10 shillings, *155#, and follow the directions on how to choose a facility that is accessible to you. The facilities, we accredit all facilities that come to us requiring accreditation, and one of our main items that we look at is accessibility to the members. So you'll find that we accredit even very small facilities because we don't want you to have to get on a bus in order to treat a headache. You get me? You don't have to come to Kenyatta to treat a headache. You don't have to go to the district hospital that's so far away to treat malaria that can be treated in the clinic that's near your village. So we all accredit very small facilities to be the basic patient care providers. And when you're choosing the facility using your phone, you'll interact with very small facilities. We do not allow people to choose level 5 and level 6 hospitals as their primary healthcare facilities because we restrict these facilities to be for referral basis, for cases that are serious. For that reason, we have untied major treatments from the small facilities that you start at. This is what is called super cover, and all our members have super cover. It's not a special service. Super cover just means that when you need extra care, you don't have to go to your small facility. With a referral letter, you can get an MRI, a CT scan, dialysis, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy at a facility that is accredited by NHIF. What does that mean? If your doctor finds that they cannot treat you, then they write you a letter of referral, and you're able to get the things that you're entitled to. This includes 2 MRIs and 2 CT scans per family per year, 1 full course of chemotherapy, that is 4 sessions, and 1 full course of radiotherapy, that is 6 sessions per patient per year. We allow all our members 2 sessions of dialysis per week where necessary, and all of these extra services, including X-rays and ultrasounds, are issued using a pre-authorization service, whereby the hospital reaches out to us online to get authorization to do some specialized treatments. you'll find that all our members have access to super cover. This is something that I find a lot of people are confused about. Super cover. People think it's an extra service that you can pay extra money for, but super cover just means that you're not tied for extra services to your primary healthcare facility. You choose your facility for small treatments, where you go when you're starting out, and then super cover allows you to receive any extra treatment anywhere you go. Payments are made every month, on or before the 9th of every month, using M-Pesa or at the banks. Our bankers are KCB, National Bank, Equity Bank, and the Cooperative Bank of Kenya. And we also have a pay bill number, which is 200222. That is 200,222. And the account number is the ID number of the card holder. If the payments are made late, then the card holder also gets a penalty payment for paying late, and the penalty is 250 shillings per each month of late payment. If, however, you do not make your payments for more than 12 months, your card is automatically disconnected, and when you come back to pay, you will start paying without penalties, but you will wait for 60 days in order for the card to mature. And we did this because many people do not pay their NHIF until they're in a crisis. When they are sick is when they remember that NHIF exists. And so we find that it is not economically viable for us to only have members who are patients. The statistics of insurance won't work. So therefore, we make it impossible for you to remember NHIF at the last minute and expect to receive benefit immediately. There is a 60-day maturity period if you've not paid for your card for more than 1 year, 12 months. We have a toll-free line if you have any inquiries, and the number is 0800-720-601. I repeat, 0800-720-601. That line is toll-free. There are no payments attracted by the member. Any questions, I think, can come in the question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda Muguri. And now we will go straight on to the presentation of the report from the Scheme Fund Manager, which is the Co-op Trust. And I've asked all the presenters of the reports, including the accounts reports, to limit themselves to only 10 minutes so that we can move a bit faster. Over to you, sir.
Chairman of the Fund, Board of Trustees, Service Providers, RBA Representative, Scheme Members, Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. I hope you can all see me. Mine is just to make a presentation for the investment manager, and members, a lot has been said. Mangi mesemwa, and in particular, you see me referring to the MD statement, Bwana Mainga, of what he said. Our work, members, is to make sure that the investments of the scheme are able to do what they're meant to do, which is pay your pension and also increase in value. So Meskia, you are 166% funded. 166% funded. I will tell you, members, there is no scheme like you. You are what we call a rich scheme. In Corp Trust Investment Managers, we're managing over 210 billion in assets. We have many pension schemes. We have Kenya Ports Authority. We have Teleposta. You heard Madam Wabwire talk about them. And I'll tell you, 166% funding is exceptional. And situpigie sponsor makofi tafadhali. Now the only challenge now comes when myself, the investment manager, who is by law is required to be appointed as RBA by RBA. RBA requires the Board of Trustees have to employ professionals to help them work. They have to get a bank to custodial work. They have to get an investment manager to help them with their investments. And ourselves have been appointed for the last couple of years by the trustees to help them. So members, our work is to make sure your money grows, is to make sure your properties yield very well. For this scheme, in the last 5-6 years, we have had almost zero money in the scheme. So we cannot sit here and talk about what has the liquidity in the portfolio done. What we've been holding is a 99% in property. And in 2019, when the new board was commissioned, we went through a very heavy strategy talking about how we need to exit the properties. Na tukakaa chini na Board of Trustees, and we came up with a very nice roadmap, which we agree is a lot of work. And we had what we call quick wins, the properties you can sell easily. Kuna zingine which are very big in nature, hata kupata mteja ni shida, and we came up with 4 stages. One of them was a quick wins, and we had a range of properties which were there. We also had what we call major projects, kama ile Angara, kama ingine ya Makongeni, big estates where you can get into joint ventures and the scheme will grow in value, but you have to get a joint partner to develop with you. We had the hard logs, which included the Kenya Railways Club, which we were also happy to see the government came in and took over what we call acquisition, which has helped us significantly. And then we had what we call the fill-ins. Fill-ins ni kama ile Eastern Wing, where you have the headquarters of Kenya Railways. So it becomes one of the last properties you don't want to excel because of the nature of how the scheme has been set up and how the operations run. So in the last, since 2019, we have done a lot of work with the trustees. We have sat down and come up with, especially in the quick wins, what we need to sell. We have tabled through the presentations to the board. We have successful meetings with them almost every quarter. And members, we eventually even go to RBA, as Madam Wabire mentioned, to get the go-ahead to sell these properties. So members, only for us when we are in the market and we have people who are willing to buy, only for us to see a court action. So, and I think the message was very clear in the morning that we also need to be very balanced in how we do. We also need to take care of the bigger picture. Because once you stop that court action, and this I'm speaking like investment manager, today, if I go and try and sell Kenya Railways land, even the prospective investors, the first thing they ask me, hii itaenda kweli? Very good land. But they tell me, will this one follow through? Because the last 5 of them have been stopped. Are we being fair to ourselves? And we all know and acknowledge, it's not all of you, but some of you, who I'm sure you also familiarize yourself and also interact with them. So as we progress, members, our fund management report is talking about property. We have a section of the quick wins, which will be shared by the CEO in the report. As we progress, members, please allow us to do our work. We have a very able chairman, a very able board of trustees, the support of the CEO of Kenya Railways, and we're being able to unlock some of these properties. They are very prime. We have investors coming all over, but once they know the land is from Kenya Railways, then they give you a second look. So members, I don't have much to say. We have received money from Kenya Railways Club, and that has helped us catch up on the pension payments. The primary role for the pension scheme is to pay pensioners. So before we invest any money, before we put any money in treasury bonds, you have to make sure you have been paid. And that's why you'll see that as the chairman mentioned, quite a number of people have not been paid, including ourselves, because the primary role is to pay pensioners. So as we progress, we are seeing a lot of future. There is a lot of unlocking of these properties. I think for the by the time we end this year, we'll probably have a portfolio sitting in treasury bonds and in equity markets as we unlock the properties. And in that, we'll be able to yield more money and we'll be able to pay and of course stay ahead of the pension payments almost close to 1 year before they fall due. So members, with those few remarks, I thank you for the support. As we walk forward, I pray that you're able to see the common good for this scheme. As the MD mentioned, no one here, including myself, will live for 200 years. So what am I doing when I'm stopping an action which is going to help majority of the people? As much as there's one or two things which they feel is not proper. So let's be fair to each other. Let's be fair to the Board of Trustees. Let's be fair also to the service providers to unlock the value of the pension scheme and help all of us live a better and more comfortable life, even in retirement. So God bless you, and asante sana.
Thank you very much, Nicholas Idondeka, from our scheme fund manager from Co-op Trustees Trust. Now we will have the report from the scheme custodian. Can the microphone be passed to her, please? She's there. Yeah. She's there.
Thank you. To the Chair, Board of Trustees, to the fellow service providers, trustees, and members of the scheme, it's a pleasure this morning to give you the custodian report. My name is Cecilia Okoth. As I'd introduced myself, I represent KCB Bank. We are no longer Kenya Commercial Bank, we are KCB. Thank you. So briefly, I'll just mention that as KCB, we are a stable financial institution, growing every year. Currently, we are holding 28.4 million customers, and we are operating in about 3 countries in East and Central Africa, being in Kenya, Tanzania, Sudan, Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi, and we have an office in Ethiopia. Now, the reason I'm here today is to basically talk to you about our role as a custodian. Now, in simple terms, custodian is just like a treasurer. Unaona yule treasurer wa chama? That is the role of the custodian. Our role is to safekeep your assets. When I talk of assets, I mean the cash, and I mean the investments, and I mean the title deeds. So that is the role of the custodian. Custodian, the benefit that you get from appointing a custodian is to ensure that your assets are safely kept. As custodian, we do not ordinarily make investment decision. The investment decision is made by the investment manager, the person who has just spoken before me, that's Corp Trust. They would make investment decisions, and then they give us instructions because we are the ones who hold your money. So they make the investment decision, then they give us instructions to settle or to transfer money so that that investment is held under your scheme. However, as has been mentioned several times, and in the interest of time, I won't want to go into it, but the scheme does not have cash. So basically, I have not had work to do, but hopefully, if the strategic plan that has been talked about goes through, then I hope we'll have some significant financial assets to hold, being cash and investments. So as custodian, we are regulated by CBK. We don't just do our work in isolation. So we are regulated by CBK. We are regulated as a commercial bank, that is. We are also regulated by CMA to allow us to hold the assets on your behalf. That is to be a depository. CMA is Capital Markets Authority. We are also regulated by RBA, who has spoken ahead of me. And this regulation is, all of it is aimed at protecting your money, is aimed at protecting your interest, just to ensure that funds or assets are not embezzled. And on a quarterly basis, we actually do a report to trustees to give what we are holding in the books, the money that has come in and the money that has gone out, and what is it's meant for. And the same report, if we had, we would be presenting it to you in the AGM today if we had the financial assets. So up to that point, I think I would want to stop there because I don't have any cash assets to talk about at the moment. But hopefully next time we will have assets to confirm to you. For now, we are only holding the titles, the safe custody of the titles. Thank you very much. I'll wait for your questions in the question and answer section. Thank you very much. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Okoth, the Scheme Custodian. Now we are, and I should mention, members, the report from the Fund Manager and the report of the Scheme Custodian are both available on the Scheme's website for you to review and examine. Also available on the website are the 4 financial statements for the years covering 30 June 2018, 30 June 2019, and 30 June 2020 and 2021. For that period of time, for those 4 years of those 4 financial statements, for the first 3 years, the audit was done by Deloitte Accountancy Limited, and they will be giving the report. I think it's important to inform the members that Deloitte had been the auditors from the beginning of the scheme, from 2006 until 2019, 2020. And as is good practice, we have changed the auditors as we should do on a regular basis. And now we are using Ronald's as an auditor after a competitive tendering process. So the first reports for the first 3 years of the financial statements will now be given by Deloitte. I hope there is a microphone available there. Thank you, Mr. Chu.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished members of the scheme, the Board of Trustees, RBA, management and staff of the scheme, fellow service providers, and all protocols observed, good morning once again. So, in the interest of time, I happen to have the unenviable position to present 3 sets of accounts, unlike my colleagues, so I'll try and summarize. So before I present the report, I'll just refer you to key highlights of the financial statements. For 2018, I'll refer you to page 11, where we have the statement of changes in net assets available for benefits. In that year, there was a net increase in net assets for the year of 756 million shillings. And the main cause for that profit, if you can call it that, was the fair value gain on investment property. Then turning to the next page, on page 12, we have the statement of net assets available for benefits. And members, you can see, as has been mentioned by various speakers, your total assets are 30 billion shillings as of 2018. And the main component of those assets is investment property at 33.5 billion shillings. Those are the financial statements highlights for 2018. I'll also do the same for 2019. 2019, you'll find the statement of changes in net assets available on page 13. And similarly, there was a net increase in assets of 891 million shillings, mainly arising from a disposal of a property in that year of 1.5 billion shillings. The next page has the statement of net assets available for benefits, what you would call the balance sheet. And the total assets again are 31 billion shillings, mainly as a result of the investment property. So this confirms what the various speakers have alluded to, that most of the assets of the scheme are in immovable property. The last set that I'll present the highlights is for the year ended 30th June 2020. And the statement of net assets, statement of changes in net assets available for benefits is on page 13. That year, there was a tremendous increase in net assets available of 6.6 billion shillings, arising from a gain on revaluation of investment property of 7.7 billion shillings. Turning to the next page, on page 14, you have the statement of net assets available of the total assets in that year were 37.8 billion shillings, and the investment property was 40 billion shillings. Members, I will now read the audit reports. So I'll read the one of 2020 because it more or less reflects the status of affairs of our audit for the other years. But for the record, the audit report of 2018 is on page 8 to 10, signed off on 28 September 2018. The audit report of 2019, signed off on 30th September of that year, is on page 10 to 12. And the audit report of the year ended 30th June 2020, signed off on 30th September of the same year, is on page 10 to 12. So, members, our responsibility is to audit the financial records provided to us, guided by the international standards on auditing, and on that basis we present our findings. So in each of those years we qualified our audit opinion. A qualified opinion means there is a matter that needed to be corrected before we can say that the accounts are true and fair. And the matter was to do with failure to comply with International Accounting Standard number 40 and International Financial Reporting Standard number 13 on fair valuation of investment property. So we held discussions with the trustees at the time, and the reason for failure to revalue your property was because of liquidity challenges. So the trustees at that time took the prudent decision to only revalue the properties that were about to be sold, that were about to be put into the market. Because of lack of liquidity, they didn't deem it prudent to revalue property that is just going to sit and use up the cash that should be available for members. So as much as we understood the reasons, it is a requirement for us to draw that out, and on that basis we qualified the audit opinion. There are also other matters that we are required by our international auditing standards to draw your attention to. They are not as serious as the one for failure to revalue, but it's matters which members should be aware of so that you know how your financial affairs are being run. The first one is non-compliance with the Retirement Benefits Act on the need to limit the maximum amount of 30% of the scheme's investments should not be in immovable property. Various speakers have alluded to the fact that you are a very rich scheme, but all that wealth is in immovable property, hence the scheme has liquidity challenges. The second one again is to do with the non-compliance with the regulators' requirements, and that is on the need to do an actuarial valuation of the scheme that should be done every 3 years. Again, the reasons provided to us by the management and the trustees was lack of liquidity to secure an actuarial valuation at the time. The second last point that I want to draw your attention to is on the liquidity of the scheme. So this has been mentioned. You are a very wealthy scheme, but all that wealth is in immovable property, and therefore making it difficult for the scheme to be able to transact in various ways. The last one, members, is when the financial statements are presented, it is assumed that all the assets are available for disposal or for use, management, and disposal by the trustees as they deem fit. However, some of the properties that you have as a scheme, the title is not in the name of the scheme. They are still in the mother title or other various titles, and that is something that the trustees are looking into. Then the other point is there are injunctive orders against the disposal of certain properties. We draw attention to this because the balance sheet may show that you have 40 billion shillings of assets, but if there are injunctive orders against some of those assets, it means, yes, it belongs to you, but you are not free to transact with those properties. So members, those are the highlights of our audit report, and except for those matters, the rest of the financial affairs, in our view, are true and fair and run in accordance to the requirements of the scheme. Thank you very much. My name is Michael Chuma.
Thank you very much to Michael for giving 3 years of audits of the financial statements of your scheme in a very, very brief manner, but I think he brought out, especially at the end, on the issues of the qualified opinion of the auditors. He has brought out clearly the concerns that the auditors have about our financial statement as of 30 June 2020. Before I comment on those, I would like also to give the floor now to the auditor who has just started, has done 1 year so far. Ronalds has done the audit up to 30 June 2021. I hope somebody can give them the microphone. Somebody can give them the microphone so that they can now give us the audit report on the financial statement up to 30th of June 2021.
Okay, through the chair, thank you, Chair. To the pensioners, the Board of Trustees, the service providers, RBA. I hear there is a representative from NHIF. My name is Evelyn Kanjagwa. I'm a partner at Ronalds LLP. We had pleasure to interact with your figures for the year ended 2021. And I will also give the highlights of what transpired in the year. So if you could just go to page number 14 on the statement of changes in net assets available for benefits for the year ended 30th June 2021. So the unique element I see on that page is in 2020 we had that gain on revaluation of investment property of 7.7 rather. In 2021 we had a loss of 5 million that was due to the forced sale of the Nairobi Railways, as I think the chair had mentioned about that. So you will see in the disclosure note showing how much we sold that property at vis-a-vis what the value was in the market. So that's what led to that loss in the year. So besides that, we closed the year at a decrease in assets for the year of 5.5. So that was a deficit as compared to what we had in 2020 of 6.6. The net assets available for benefits are there, which is what we had at the close of the year in 2020. We had an adjustment of 9.3, closing us off at 32 billion. So the next page, page number 15, we had the assets that we have as a scheme, a total of 34.7. You will again note a decrease in the investment property from 40.2 to 27.1, majorly because of the 2 properties that were sold off during the year, and majorly because of the Nairobi Railways. The receivables and payables, there is also a significant increase there, majorly because there was some outstanding payment that had not been done by Kenha at the close of the year, which here has been subsequently cleared. Liabilities, we have the payables and the bank borrowings. I know there has been mention about that. And then subsequent pages, I think, would be giving more details for page 14 and page 15. That is the P&L, as we used to call it. That is a statement of changes in net assets available for benefits, and the statement of net assets. So if you scroll to other pages, you will find the detailed breakdown of the presentations that I have made. So I will ask you members to go to the opinion page on page number 8, where we have the report of the independent auditor to the members of Kenya Staff Railway Retirement Benefit Scheme. So I will not re-emphasize the qualification that my colleague has given at Deloitte, as we had the same issues in 2021, but I wish to report that we had that non-compliance with international accounting standards, where we find our investment property has been valued at forced values, which is not consistent to the requirements of IS 40, that is the investment property, which requires that we look at the fair value presentation of our properties. So in that level, we were unable to ascertain the level of adjustment to the current carrying amount of the investment property. Besides that, an emphasis of matter in regards to the provisions and compliance of the RBA, and that has really been discussed in this forum. So members, the key audit matters, these are matters that we are required by the standards IS 701 to report to the members where there were any matters of most significance that we would want to draw to your attention in this forum. We wish to report that except for the matters described in the basis of qualified opinion section, we have determined that there were no key audit matters to communicate. The responsibility of the trustees is to ensure that we have a fairly stated financial statement and what we are looking at today. So then the auditor's responsibility is to express an opinion on the financial statements based on our audit. Of course, as we audit, we exercise professional skepticism, which requires us to identify and assess the risks of material misstatements, understand the internal control of the scheme, check the appropriateness of the accounting policies, conclude on the going concern that we use in the presentation of the financial statements, and evaluate the overall presentation structure and the content. So as required by the RBA, we report that the financial statements are in agreement with the books of accounts kept by the scheme, and that based on our audit, we have obtained all the information and explanation which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, were necessary for the purposes of our audit. In our opinion, proper books have been kept by the scheme so far as appears from our examination of those books, and the scheme statements of net assets available for benefits is in agreement to the books of account. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for Ronald's LLP. Dear pensioners, you have heard the reports on the audit reports on 4 financial statements. I know that is a lot of information. As we are showing on the screens, if you want to read the reports, they are available on www.KRSRBS.co.ke. The reports are there, and when we do the report for the financial year ending on 30th of June 2022, which was just 2 weeks away, 2 weeks earlier, At that point, that report will also be on the same website. But as of now, we are still compiling those accounts, and they will, of course, those will also be audited, and the audit report and the financial statement will also be on the same website. You'll be able to see it. Members, I think you've understood that we have not received a clean audit report. We have not. We have been given what is called a qualified report, which means the auditor can see where all the funds have gone, how they've been used, the records have been kept, they have seen the books of accounts, but there is something in that process that they are not happy with. And I want to talk to that so that we are all clear about what it is that the auditors are not happy about. The basis for the qualified opinion, which is actually the same between the Deloitte auditors and the Ronalds auditors, is the same reason. And they are saying they are not able to give us a clean audit because they cannot find in our accounts the fair market value of our properties, of our assets, the fair market value. Now, market values of properties go up and go down. How do you establish fair market values? To do fair market values, you need to do a valuation by a valuer, a qualified, registered valuer. We have, as you know, a lot of property. All 99% of our assets is property. If we do not value those properties every year and get an annual valuation every year, we will not satisfy the auditors because they do not know what is the fair market value. So you might ask us, what value are we putting then into the accounts? We have had previous valuations, and we have used the forced sale value of those properties in the accounts. That is a conservative, safe option for what is the value of the property. It is quite likely that the fair sale value will be higher than the forced sale value. But it is not certain. And of course, that is the point that the auditors are drawing our attention to. They are saying you cannot be certain about the values of your property. You will also ask, why don't we then do a valuation every year of every property? Because, dear members, it costs a lot of money to do valuations every year. And these resources are resources that we do not have. And as I said earlier, we make our first priority is to use any liquid resources that we have is to pay pensions first. And that is the reason why we do not value our properties every year. Sometimes, and this was pointed out by the Deloitte auditor, sometimes we do value our properties. For example, if you look in the 2020 report, you'll see that we valued the goods shed property that we have. And that, by putting that value into the report, into the financial statement, of course, our assets went up. You'll also have noted from the report from Ronalds in 2021 that the value of our assets went down. So you ask me, why did the value of assets go down in 2021? And the answer is this. As I said earlier, we sold Railway Club land in December of 2020. Up to that moment in our accounts, we had valued the Railway Club land at 13 billion shillings. That was what was in our accounts in 2020. But when we sold the Railway Club land, we only managed to get from the government 7.95 billion, which is less than 13 billion. Now, that is why the value of our assets went down in 2021. You will ask me, why did we sell a property that was valued at 13 billion at 7.95 billion only? The answer is this. The valuation that was done of Railway Club land was done on the basis that that land could be used for commercial purposes, meaning that the valuer was looking at the land as though you could build office blocks or shopping malls or business premises in that land, which is the Railway Club, which we know as Railway Club. But the National Land Commission is the official valuer for the government. And the National Land Commission drew the attention of the scheme to say that that portion of land was classified or was restricted for recreational use. That is, it could be used for parks, it could be used for sports, it could be used for playgrounds, it could be used for funfair, but it could not be used for commercial purposes. It was not zoned by the city county government of Nairobi for commercial purposes. And therefore, in their valuation, the National Land Commission valuation, they valued it at 7.95 billion only. This Board of Trustees protested to National Land Commission in writing, and we protested that this was not the right valuation. But our protest was overruled by the National Land Commission valuation. I want to be very transparent about this so that you can see the situation. Dear members, there are also 4 other matters of emphasis raised by Deloitte. Let me mention them one by one. The first one is non-compliance with the RBA ratio of property to liquid assets. I think we have talked about this. I've shared, and also the RBA has mentioned it, that we should be at only 30% fixed assets. We are at 99%. So that is a correct emphasis by the auditor. The second was non-compliance with the RBA Act about actuarial valuation of the scheme to be carried out every 3 years. As was reported by the RBA regulator, the scheme did do a valuation, an actuarial valuation of the scheme in June 2020, which is the valuation that reported that our assets to liabilities ratio was 166%. The third emphasis of matter was to do with the fact that the concentration of the scheme's assets in property gave a risk to the scheme because of the injunctions that were put against scheme property. You may not know, but in 2012, the scheme's properties were mixed up with Kenya Railways properties when Kenya Railways had a court case with a property developer known as Erdemann Property Limited. And Erdemann imposed injunctions on some properties which belonged to the scheme, even though the scheme had no business and no contracts and no dispute with Erdemann. But the injunctions and the caveats were still put on our property. A total of 21.7 billion shillings worth of our property was under those injunctions. And that, of course, was a matter for the auditor, as he has properly done, to report to you as the members so that you know that although we had a lot of property, a lot of it, a good proportion, like we can even say 2/3 of the property was actually under caveat. I'm happy to report to you that in July 2019, the caveats were removed and our properties were returned to us. So this is no longer a matter of emphasis. Then the fourth matter of emphasis was the matter of the titles of the scheme's properties are not all in the name of the scheme. And that is also correct. I think I mentioned this as one of the challenges that the scheme has, that while we were allocated a lot of property in 2006, not all of those properties have been handed over to the scheme with clean and clear titles. Some of those properties have encroachments. Some have illegal titles on them. Some have been illegally sold. Some have not been demarcated. So those are the gaps that we, as a Board of Trustees, have to fill so that we can get all properties to be clean and clear in our name. And that is why the auditor mentioned this as an emphasis of matter. Finally, pensioners, I want to say that the two matters raised by Ronald are also identical to the matters that were raised by Deloitte, which tells you, of course, that one of the challenges is that we are not moving forward to progress to resolve the issues raised by the auditors. So that is the responsibility that this Board of Trustees has to address those matters. We need to clear these matters of emphasis so that they do not keep coming up again and again, but I think I have explained them. And so with that, I want to conclude the matter of the financial statements for the 4 years. I want to encourage all the members to please give us your questions in writing. I hope everybody has managed now to get some papers, and please give us. The questions are here. We are collecting them all, and we are going to answer all of them. But we do need to move on with the agenda so that we can get to the session on questions and answers. Just two other points about assets and property. I would like to emphasize that while we are continuing negotiations with a developer for Makongeni, we have not concluded those negotiations. We have not concluded those negotiations. We are looking forward to conclude them so that we can move, as I said, to move out of low value, low rent property into higher value, higher rent properties. I think I've mentioned the issue of the Railway Club. Thank you. Pensioners, the next item on the agenda is the policy and the manual for holding elections for the elected trustees. This election manual has been put also onto the website, so those of you who would like to read it in full, it is there. What I'm going to do today is only to introduce the main points about the election. Let me start by repeating what I said earlier in case some people came a bit late, that we have established an ad hoc committee for elections, which is composed of 2 trustees, which are both sponsor-nominated trustees. They are not the elected trustees. The committee consists of 2 sponsor-nominated trustees, Mr. Kadima and Ms. Mboga. The secretary to the ad hoc committee is the CEO, who is here as the secretary to the election committee. So these 3 people form the election committee, and they will be administrating the election. Secondly, they have recommended to us that we hold the election for 3 trustees. We have 3 vacancies coming up, and these 3 vacancies, the election will be held on Tuesday, the 20th of September, 2022. And all members are eligible to become trustees of the scheme. I mentioned that these 3 vacancies have been created because the 3 elected trustees, the term of office expires at the end of this month. The principles which are elaborated in this policy and manual essentially say that the elections must be equitable, fair, transparent, accountable, compliant with the regulatory body's rules, and respect electoral democracy. The first step is to declaration of the vacancy. And as I said in my statement this morning, we are declaring today that there are 3 vacancies for elected trustees. The term of office for each of these trustees, once elected, will be 3 years. The eligibility is all members of the scheme are eligible, whether active or deferred, provided that they have not been convicted of a crime for 6 months, they are not bankrupt, they have not been involved in mismanagement of any pension fund, and they have not been convicted under the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, and are always available to fulfill their roles. The mode of election shall either be physical balloting, which means we shall have the balloting in one place, which will be Nairobi, or it will be online voting. And we are looking at the option for online voting, which has been used by other pension schemes. In this, we have been assisted by the regulatory body, the RBA. I have already mentioned that an election committee has been formed, and they are the ones who are going to receive the nominations. They are going to vet the candidates. They are going to establish the candidate list and establish the process for balloting. The key criteria in vetting is qualities of leadership, integrity, commitment, and prudence. The notice for nominations for elections will be issued tomorrow, and it will be issued through various media, including, of course, newspapers, but also it will be sent to all members via SMS. The campaign period will start immediately after the candidates have been confirmed by the election committee, and will end 1 day before the election day. The candidates have to raise their own funds for their campaigns. In particular, let me mention that there is a process for if there's disputed elections. If there's any election dispute, the dispute must be filed within 7 days, and it must be filed in writing within 7 days to the election committee. The election committee will hear the dispute and give a decision. If that decision is further challenged, it will go to a special committee of the Board of Trustees, which again will not include any of the elected trustees, and that committee of the Board of Trustees decision is the final decision. Each person who wants to stand has to be nominated by at least 10 other pensioners of this scheme if they want to stand in the election. So those, in summary, members, are the policy and the manual, the process by which the elections will be held on the 20th of September this year. Members, we now have a difficult discussion to have, because we now need to address the issue of the gap between the expiry of the mandate of the current elected trustees, which is the 31st of this month. Their mandate expires, and between that date and the election day, which is the 20th of September 2022, which is 60 days from today. As per the election manual, we have to give 2 months' notice for the elections. Now, we have a challenge, because in those between the 1st of August and the 20th of September, we are not going to have any elected trustee in the Board of Trustees, which means we'll be imbalanced. Now, there are 2 options. One option is that you allow the sponsor-nominated trustees to proceed to run the scheme without any elected trustees present for about 7 weeks, from 1st August up to 20th of September. That is one option. A second option is that you can decide to extend the mandate of the existing trustees for 7 weeks so that they can attend the Board of Trustees during that period of time. My own recommendation is the extension of the trustees' mandate, because we need elected trustees to be present with us, the sponsor-nominated trustees, so that both views, the views of the sponsor, but also the views of the members, are always being considered in any discussion in the Board of Trustees. But the decision to do that extension is only in your hands. It is, the RBA cannot take that decision for you. We cannot take that decision for you. So that is the issue before us. Maybe the regulator might want to say something on this matter.
I think, Chair, you've said it clearly. We don't have discretion on extending terms of trustees, so the ball is in your court to make a decision. If not, then the sponsor trustees will run the scheme until the election is conducted. Thank you.
So, as I said, it's a difficult decision. So, as I said, there are two options. Let me ask the question, and then those who are in favor will raise their hands up. And then I'll ask the other question, and those in favor of the second question will also raise their hands up. Okay. First of all, who is in favor of the scheme Board of Trustees being run for 7 weeks only by the trustees of the sponsor? Okay. Second option, who is in favor that the elected trustees whose term expires on 31st July should be extended to the term of 20th September? Okay, thank you. Can it be recorded that the members have extended the trustees for 7 weeks? Thank you, pensioners. We have one last point before we come to the question and answers. And this one is also a difficult question. This is also a difficult question. Members, when this current Board of Trustees was formed, it was formed on 1st of August 2019. That was when the corporate trustee was terminated on 31st July 2019. So this Board of Trustees has been in office for 3 years. Now, the rules of the RBA, the regulator, say that the remuneration of the trustees has to be approved by the members. Since this Board of Trustees came into office, we have not had an AGM. We have not had this kind of meeting where you could pronounce yourself and make your decision about how much do you want to remunerate the trustees for each meeting. The trustees, therefore, you will ask, how much have they been paid since they came into office 3 years ago? They were paid at the rate, the same rate that the trustees who had been in office in 2011, who are in office between 2006 and 2011. You remember we had Board of Trustees at the beginning of the scheme. The rate has been used, has been that rate, because that is the only rate that has been approved by you, the members. We could not change it. How much is it? Yes, okay. How much is it? At current rates, the current rates, and this is in the trustee remuneration policy, and that is also on the website. You can read it there. They are paid as the following amounts. The board members are paid 10,000 shillings gross, 7,000 shillings net for attending a meeting. When they visit outside Nairobi, they are given the subsistence allowance as per the Salary and Remuneration Commission, that is the government rates for those. Hey, Sasa, how much? Out of Nairobi.
It is the same rate, depending on the town.
How much is it? How much is it? No. Okay. At the current rates, the other towns, all other towns apart from Mombasa, Kisumu, and Nakuru are at 10,000 per night, and the three towns I've mentioned are at 15,000 per night. That is the subsistence rate. Now, yeah, that is what you are coming to. The travel allowance, travel allowance is the actual cost of transport, or a maximum of the 200 kilometers at the AA rates, and the meal allowance is 2,000 shillings, except when lunch is provided, it is 0. So those are the current rates that we are working with now. So, in 2019, the Board of Trustees proposed to change the rates, and as is required, they submitted the change of rates to the sponsor, and the sponsor accepted the change. They then submitted that change approved by the sponsor to RBA, and RBA did not accept the change because RBA said correctly that change has to be approved by the AGM. And we, as I said earlier, we haven't had an AGM until today. So what are the rates now being proposed? That's the good question. Let me restate again. In the past, the sitting allowance, and the past and currently, the sitting allowance is 10,000 shillings gross, 7,000 shillings net per meeting. The number of meetings, there are quarterly meetings of the board, then there are also quarterly meetings of each of the committees of the board. So every member will attend at least a minimum of 8 meetings in a year. They will attend a committee meeting and a board meeting. Now, the allowance which was accepted by the sponsor was for the members of the board to receive 20,000 shillings for each session, which is 14,000 shillings net, 12,000 shillings for the committee sessions, which is about 8,000 shillings net, a transport allowance maximum of 4,000 shillings, and a subsistence allowance of 10,000 shillings when attending meetings outside Nairobi. That was what was accepted by the sponsor. Now, that can be modified by you as members, and you can either modify it up or down, or you can agree to it as the sponsor agreed to it. But that I have the responsibility to inform you what the sponsor agreed to. So I want to basically put the question as to, there are two options. First option is the remuneration allowances should remain as they are, which is based upon the 2011 rates. Or the second question is the allowances should reflect what was approved by the sponsor. Those are the two options. Can I have, by show of hands, those who would like to keep the allowances where they are at present? Okay? I see. Thank you. And a show of hands. Thank you. Thank you. And a show of hands for those who would like to adopt the sponsor's allowance proposal. I think we can clearly see that we are going to keep the allowances where they are now. Thank you. Thank you, pensioners, for that. Now, this is the important part of today's meeting. I have some questions here. I have some questions which I want to answer. And I'll have to give my colleagues from RBA or from the service providers so that we can answer all the questions as briefly and as quickly as possible. From January 2022, the pension went for 6 consecutive months without paying. Those of us who took loans in various banks against our pension were in bad books, and the various banks. What guarantee do we have that the same mistake of non-remittance of pension will not recur again? Right? So, as I have said, the challenge for the scheme is the question of liquidity. When we have an approximate rental income of around 40 million and a pension payment of 93 million, we have to fill that gap. And we have to fill that gap by looking for other liquid resources, which include the question of getting our debts paid, collecting money from the government, or going into joint ventures with others which will create liquidity. That is how we are going to be able to guarantee the payment of pension. Second question, RBA is the oversight board to oversee the pension, is paid, to see that the pension is paid in time. Where was it when pension went for 6 months without being remitted? Can the RBA be more committed in its mandate of playing the role of oversight? I think I'll give the
Hello? Where was RBA? I thought I'd try to tell you what we have been doing. Why weren't you paid pensions? Is because first there was land that was sold and you're still waiting for money to be paid. We have been told the government who was owing that money has paid part of it and has committed in this financial year to pay the rest of the money. Where were we? Our board is aware of the matter. We have, on their sides, been talking to a representative from National Treasury who sits in our board to ensure that that is done. Now, the other thing is now, like we have said, we want your properties to be disposed of because it is only that way that you will get pensions paid on time. I clearly said we do not take direct control of management of schemes. So we cannot come into the Board of Trustees and force them today, make sure you sell this property so that that problem does not recur. But ultimately, we empathize with you and we are hopeful that these issues will be addressed.
Thank you. The third question from this person: the Board of Trustees has done a shoddy job. The issue is replacing them with more focused and committed trustees who have the members' interest at heart. That is increasing the pension and paying on time. Yes. I think that message will go not only to the sponsor-nominated trustees, but it will also go to those candidates who will stand for election as elected trustees. So this is the criteria you are going to establish with them. Next question. You mentioned that the TDR is being reviewed and that we send suggestions. But who is mandated to review? Is it the BOT? Yes. The answer is it is the BOT to do the review based on your suggestions and proposals. Then, as I said, we will send it to the sponsor who has to agree to the new TDR, and then it will finally go to the RBA who gives the final approval of the TDR. Next, deferred pensioners were told that they retired in the year 2006. How did they retire? Because there are different ways of retirement. Now is where we need Dora. And I request technical assistance on that question. So please give me a minute. Find Dora and get her here. Next question. We were shown our monthly pension then and to date. Can you elaborate on the arrears of the same? Yes. As I said, there is arrears. There is a debt due from the scheme to you, the pensioners, about arrears from January 2014 to December 2020. Those arrears, they total about 540 million shillings of arrears. And we know about them. It is our priority to pay them. Our aim is to pay them as soon as possible. Question 3, we need clarity and confirmation from RBA representatives on the same. I think they have just spoken to the matter. The statements issued, were they true or gimmicks? I think the question is here, the current statements include the increased pension with the increments included, but the arrears of the pension has not been paid, And I think that this member here is concerned that the statement is not showing him the correct situation. I would ask him to go, or her to go to the scheme and get the details. Question, why must there be an election? Why not appoint a corporate trustee? Yes. So, this scheme is one of the few schemes which has gone through both. We started with the Board of Trustees from 2006 to 2012. From 2012 to 2019, we had a corporate trustee. From 2019 up to today, 3 years, we have had now again Board of Trustees. I think this is ultimately a decision that is made by the sponsor. But I feel, and this is my personal feeling now, I feel that the members are better served when there is a Board of Trustees where they have their own elected members present who can speak for them. So this is... What is the total amount the scheme is collecting every month? The scheme collects around 40 to 42 million shillings a month in rentals. How is this being spent? It is primarily spent in paying pensions. It also covers the expenses of the scheme office. And of course, whenever we get an opportunity, we try to clear some of the debts, which I mentioned earlier. Does the board have a vision for the scheme? Yes. As I said, the vision that we have is that we must, first of all, strengthen our investments and investment returns so that we have liquidity. We need to get liquidity so that we can pay pensions on time every month. That is the thing. At the same time, and let me be clear, we cannot just sell off everything at a go, because if we sell everything, we will only get today's prices. And yet, we have a responsibility to pay pensions for the next 30 to 40 years until the last surviving pensioner. And that could be 40 years or even more, I hope. So many people have rent arrears amounting to thousands of Kenya shillings. Why can't they be evicted and the houses be rented to those who are capable to pay? Right? This is one of the biggest challenges of the scheme. We do have rental properties, but on average, we are only collecting around 75–80% of the rent that we should collect. We don't collect 100%. Why not? Because there are people who don't pay, and we cannot evict them. There are some of the areas of the estates where there are cartels, or there are gangs, or there are political elements which have blocked the possibility of raising 100% of the funds. We are going to address this after the election, but we have to address it in a concerted manner with the county government, the national government, and with the security services together so that we can address this issue. It is a difficult, sensitive issue. The scheme has assets worth about 30 billion. Why can't the Board of Trustees think of a way of adjusting the minimum pension to 10,000 shillings a month? I said that was one of the issues that we are considering according to financial sustainability. It is, we have to get through this period where we have debts. First of all, we have debts with you, the members. We have to clear those debts. When we are clearing those debts and we've cleared it and we can see the regular income coming in, that's when first of all, we are going to do the increments, and then as I mentioned, one of the priorities of the Board of Trustees is to consider the matter of increasing the minimum pension in particular. Lack of information. The BOT takes too long to update members of what they are undertaking. Unfortunately, I have to agree with this member who has said this, because it is true. Our information sharing, our communication system is not good enough, and we will have to improve it. I hope that we can have more frequent member awareness sessions and also other channels of communication that are suitable for the pensioners. Please address the issue of Gara Estate. Is it still on sale? No. Right now, we are not in negotiations about Gara Estate. It is obviously a potential asset that could be used. You heard what the fund manager said, that it is one of the areas that could be an asset to be developed. But right now, we are not in those negotiations. Due to long time not being paid, KCB M-Pesa decided not to loan me anymore. Yet, this was not my behavior of not paying my loans promptly. Likewise, M-Shwari. Now, what can I do that they can have trust in me? In fact, they had put me on CRB, but after paying their dues, they withdrew that. In the moment, they don't want to loan me anymore. What can I do? You know, it is really, I can say to be a trustee, this situation is very sad. It's very difficult because it is our responsibility to pay pensions on time. This person, this member, has had their financial profile has gone very negative because of not having the resources to pay their loans. When are you paying the 1,000 shillings, which is pending since May 2017? You'll recall that in 2017, there was an AGM that was not completed. It was organized by the corporate trustee. Ahead of that AGM, the corporate trustee issued a letter in which he indicated that he was intending to raise the pension, to implement a pension increment of 1,000 shillings, subject to two things. One, subject to a census, and subject to financial sustainability of the scheme. The census did take place later in 2017. But as you know, and as we've reported in the financial statements and elsewhere, we are still not a financial sustainable scheme. So let us get to financial sustainability, and then this increment can be implemented as one of the measures to address the urgent needs of improving the situation of the members. That is the priority. From agenda about the remuneration of the trustees, what is the benefit of the pensioner on this agenda? Well, you have trustees who are working on your behalf. We have got individual fiduciary responsibility for the scheme, which means we are personally liable for all the decisions that we take. We have to take the right decisions. If we don't, we are personally responsible. So, you need to encourage the right people to come and serve in the scheme, both from the pensioner, from the elected side and from the sponsor-nominated side. So that is why the remuneration is a decision on today's agenda. When are you adjusting the minimum pension to reflect the current economic situation? Don't say when funds are available. This member is very clever. Now, this is a very clever member because he has blocked my answer before I can give. You see, we can say, okay, pensions are increased tomorrow. But what difference will that make if we are still without the regular flow of liquid funds to pay the pensions? It will not mean anything. It will not mean anything. Let us be serious about this. We need to get a regular flow of sufficient funds to pay pensions. That is the first priority. We have to achieve that. And then all these other issues of increments, of deferred payments, and so on will be dealt with. On the trustees, please consider the gender issue. Yes, as you see here, all the trustees that you see here are men. Luckily, we do have one female trustee from the sponsor side. That is Jacqueline Mboga, but we do need to have other women trustees. And I hope when you do the elections, you'll consider female candidates. Who gave pensioners permission to take the scheme to court? Can a law be passed to stop it because they are mistreating the pensioners, or they have taken away our rights of being a pensioner of Kenya Railways scheme and have caused a lot of pain to the pensioners? I think there is no law stopping any pensioner or any citizen of Kenya to initiate a court case where they feel that a wrong has been done or a crime has been committed. There's no law. But please be sure that a crime is being permitted before you start court cases. Because every time the pension is involved in a court case, we have to involve a lawyer, and a lawyer costs money. And that money is money that we would prefer to pay to you, not to pay to lawyers. The current minimum monthly pension is 4,554. Why is it some of us are still getting 2,553? Where is Dora? I've asked for her. I'd like to introduce Dora. She's one of the benefits managers in the schemes office, and she's the one who assists me when it comes to very complicated administrative questions. Thank you, Dora.
Okay, thank you, members. Thank you, Chairman. I want to say, those who are getting below 4,554, these are members who come from the deferred list. Those members who moved to Arrears, and later on they went to KRSRBS. So they are the ones who are getting below the 4,554. But there is a plan that is in place. Very soon their pension will be raised to the minimum after the increments that the board is working on. I think that is okay for members. Thank you.
Thank you, Dora. You sold Railway Club in December 2020 for 7.95 billion shillings. You were given 1.2 billion shillings. What efforts have you put in place to have the balance of the sale cleared? Do you intend to clear off arrears or on receipt of cash? As I said, the agreement with the National Treasury was that we received a lump sum in December 2020, which we used to clear the pensions through the whole of 2021. The Treasury also committed to pay us 105 million shillings per month, every month, and the whole amount will be cleared by December 2023. So, as of now, as you will have done the mathematics, we received 1.2 million, we received then 650 million, that's a total of 1.85 billion. Out of the 7.95 billion, which leaves us a balance of 6.1 billion, which we need to receive within the next 18 months. That is why we are pressing Treasury for those payments so that we will then have sufficient resources not only to pay pensions regularly, but also to clear the arrears, the check-offs which we haven't paid, the lump sums that we haven't paid. The statement from Scheme and Acting Chairman states that monthly pension bill is 93 million, yet financial reports give pension an average 73 million per month. Why the discrepancy? Good question. We think we need Mr. Kakut. He did not come? Okay, we'll keep this question and we'll get an answer for you. Yeah? Oh, Dora, is she in here? Deferred pensioners were told that they retired in the year 2006. How did they retire? Because there are different ways of retirement. Dora, this one is for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say the deferred members, you remember very well, during the concessioning of Kenya Railways, the service of all the employees of the Kenya Railways Corporation, we call it the old KRSC Corporation, ended on 31st December 2006. But for those employees who moved to Arrears, your service with the old Kenya Railways ended on 31st October 2006. So when you normally exit from the KRSC and you are cleared by the sponsor, when you come to the scheme, your dues are computed as at 31st October 2006, because that was the last date you worked for the Kenya Railways Corporation. And that is when your dues are computed as at that date, when you exit now the KRC. Thank you.
Thank you, Dora. The next question. Pensioners, proposed pension increase of 1,000 shillings once off per month to all pensioners from May 2017, as we were promised. I think I've answered that question. When will minimum pension reach 1,500 as we are as we are the richest scheme in the country. Oh, when will it reach? Sorry, 15,000 shillings. Again, that is the intention. As I mentioned in my report of the Board of Trustees, we need to clear the immediate arrears and debts that we have with pensioners, and then we need to start addressing areas where we can improve the benefits. I gave several options. I talked about paying NHIF. I talked about increasing the minimum pension. I talked about increasing the widow's benefit. These are different options that we can address, but that will be one of our priorities. Why is it that some pensioners are living in railway quarters and they owe the scheme a lot of money which they don't pay? Now, this is one of the interesting cases. You will have noticed and noted that the regulator underlined the fact that a pension cannot be deducted for a debt. So even though we are the ones paying the pensioners to a tenant who is a pensioner, and that tenant has not paid their rent as a pensioner and a tenant, we are not allowed to deduct the rent from their pension. Is that correct, madam? I think she's confirming that it is correct. So this is one of the challenges we have. It is not every pensioner, let me be clear, who is a tenant who doesn't pay, but there are some pensioner tenants who do not pay their rent, and therefore we'll have to deal with them as we deal with the other non-paying tenants. Can you please tell us about Mudhurwa Estate? Yes. Mudhurwa Estate was an estate where we obtained an eviction order, a court order to support eviction. However, due to political pressure at that particular time, which year was that? 2016. Due to political pressure at that time, we did not go ahead with the eviction. Now, when we went back to the security services to come and support us with the eviction, they told us that our court order was stale. It had expired. So we had to now go back to court to get a new court order. Meanwhile, the tenants in Mudhurwa have also mounted a case against us to stop the eviction. So we have to deal with that case as we proceed forward. The next question, about 3 or 4 or 50 years at, this is a question about 3 or 4 or 5 years at Kikuyu Railway's yard station. There were many bogies which were stopped there for a long time. Say years only, and they were loaded with steel which was actually railway materials. Afterwards they were removed. Were they disposed to the proper hands, says Railway Authority? I think this is a question that should be addressed to Kenya Railways, because this property is not assets of the scheme. But I will make sure that this question from this member is transmitted to Kenya Railways to answer that question. Will it be possible to allow retirees to use their pension payment to own the houses to be developed in Makongeni or any other estate of the scheme in the affordable housing program? We have requested the developer to propose, as part of the agreement between us and the developer, what would be a way of getting affordable housing which could be within the affordability of our members. So that is something we are definitely looking at. We have actively asked for it. But as of now, as I said, we are still in negotiations with that developer. When we come to the conclusion, we will keep the members informed. But I hope that this will be possible. Of course, it will mean that the members will have to sign an agreement that their pension is deducted at source to go to the developer. That is going to be one of the conditions. I can advise you in advance. If I heard properly, it has been said that widow's pension cannot be paid beyond 5 months. No, sorry, I made a mistake. If I said that, I apologize. I meant to say it is not payable beyond 5 years. And the request that we had from the ladies in Luanda and other places was that we should consider extending the widow's benefit period for more than 5 years, maybe 10 years or longer, as this will increase the payable monthly pension. Does this mean that the scheme feels relieved financially when a pensioner dies? No, we don't feel relieved financially. We regret and we share the sorrow with the whole family and also with all the members of the scheme when one of us passes on. It is a sad day. We would prefer that our members should live long and healthy lives. If we can have all of you here for another 40 years, that will be great. We'll be very happy. But it will give us a challenge because we will have to find ways to make sure we pay your pension up to the last surviving pensioner in this scheme. And I'm sure that will be at least 40 years from here. What is the total amount owed to the scheme by government entities and by private organizations? Oh, okay. That's an interesting question. Let's see if we can find some numbers here. Let's see. Okay. Just allow me a second. Okay. For government entities, Kura owes us 227 million, Ministry of Devolution 105 million, and KPLC 15 million. So I think that total is about 446 million that they owe us. Now, when it comes to the private properties, the private sales, we essentially have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have Hurlingham. I cannot see the balance here. Hurlingham, what is the unpaid balance? 79 million, 99 million, sorry. Mahadi, 79 million, and Matumbato, 353 million. I think those are the private people who owe us still money where we have agreed on a sale and we've not completed the sale. I should emphasize that the properties are still under our control. Question 2, what do we owe to government organizations? I had to see this one. I had that figure somewhere. Here it is, okay. What do we owe to government organizations? Excuse me, okay. To government organizations, we owe to the Retirement Benefits Authority 291 million, to NCC, Nairobi City County Government 72 million in rates, and to KRA 90 million for tax returns, which we have not completed. And what do we owe to private entities? We owe this figure I don't have, because the main component of this figure is a question of legal fees. I think we've talked about the challenges that we have with us receiving a lot of court cases and also prosecuting cases to get our land and to assure our land. The scheme is currently prosecuting or engaged in more than 40 legal cases right now. Some of them are to do with evictions, some are to do with recoveries of land, some are to do with non-payment of rent and so on. The legal fees can be substantial, but we always negotiate them. So we don't have a very firm figure. Question 3, is RBA within the Act able to assist the scheme to push government entities to pay the scheme the monies owed? I think we did have our regulator here who did speak to that, and she confirmed that the regulator is also pressing on National Treasury to meet its commitments. Number 4, what is the status of titles of land owned by the scheme have we secured all the titles. As I said earlier, there are some areas where we have not. Let me try to give you specifics so that you have got the information. For example, in the Upper Hill area, we have 0.84 acres, which is supposed to have been transferred to the scheme, which has been claimed by another party who has an illegal title. There's 0.8 acres claimed by HELB and 0.36 hectares claimed by Anglo-African. There is 0.4 acres claimed by the trustees of Sheikh Zayed. There is 0.98 acres claimed by the Ramtula trustees. So these are some of the acreages which are still in dispute and which we are working to recover. When we attend the AGMs, we are paid an allowance of 500 shillings. Is it fair to equalize the payment, not considering members who travel from as far as Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and those who come just from here around in Nairobi? Is 500 shillings for transport or is fair accommodation? Is 500 shillings for transport only fair for accommodation in Nairobi? We have considered this matter. At the end of this session, after we close the meeting, we will be giving a lunch allowance, and it will be a little more than 500 shillings. So I'm happy to say that. Is there a possibility? I'm not going to say. Is there a possibility of disposing of all the property and pay a lump sum to pensioners who could be willing? This is a very tempting idea, pensioners, but it is very dangerous. First of all, there are two reasons. I'll give two reasons. Number one, not all of us will know or have the possibility of investing a lump sum in a way that will give us a constant income for the rest of our lives. First of all, we don't know how long we are going to live, so it's very difficult. Number two, if we sell off all the properties now, we are selling them off at 2022 prices. And that means we are not going to benefit from any increase in land values or property values over the rest of your pensionable life. So that is a disadvantage. If there is, can you roll out a formula which can be used? As I said, I don't recommend it, but if you wish, you can take it up with the RBA and ask them to dissolve the scheme entirely. If there is no such possibility, can the scheme provide or allow the members to nominate next of kin to some of the grandchildren, as one could be the only one now existing? Again, I think this is one of the issues that I will take this as a proposal to put in the TDR, in the Trust and Deed Rules, because the TDR defines the benefits for the members of the scheme. If we change the formula for the benefits, we have to first calculate what will be the impact of changing that formula on the payments we have to make for the next 20, 30, 40 years, and make sure that we have enough funds today, or enough assets today, to cover those payments going forward. So this is the kind of proposal to increase the benefits. Why has the sponsor failed to transfer titles from Kenya Railways to the scheme since 2006? What is the sponsor doing about it to facilitate quick sales? That is a very fair question. I think the weakness is on both sides. I don't think we can say the weakness is 100% the responsibility of the sponsor. I think we also have to accept that there has been also weakness on the side of the scheme since 2006, not to go and trace and ask and follow up and get clean and clear titles for all the property that was transferred to us in 2006. This is something that we have to do. It is not easy, but we are determined that we are going to do it now, even though it is 16 years late, as this member says. I am advised that only 80% of the value was handed to the scheme. What is the sponsor saying about the remaining 20% of the property due to the scheme? This one, Henry, you'll have to answer. I was not there in 2006, but Henry was there.
Yes, I was there, but I was not a trustee. What I know, we were told that there was 16.8 billion Kenya shillings, which was in the KCB account at industrial area that was reserved for pensioners at the time when Kenya Railways was servicing our monthly pension. So this money, the government allowed the Kenya Railways to transfer this money into the operation account of Kenya Railways. So at the time of establishing the scheme did not have any money on the account. So that's why some properties were valued at 12.4 billion in lieu of that money. So if it is 12.4 and the money was 16.8, so that's the difference.
That was some of the issues of 2006, which are not resolved up to today. How will we benefit as pensioners who live in railway houses or our own fate? I think this is to do with the development of the scheme, of new developments and new projects in the housing estates. As I said, we will have to find out what is the possibility for the current tenants who are pensioners to also benefit from these new and improved affordable housing. Can the lifestyle of the trustees be audited before entering the office and after leaving the office? Okay. Okay. I have already entered myself, but I'm willing to undergo a lifestyle audit anytime. Those who are being elected or those who are going to stand for election, please remember that the members wish to see your lifestyle audit when you enter and when you leave. The annual general meeting reports at reception. Okay, this is a critique of our organization. Members, first of all, I want to thank you again for coming in such numbers. We appreciate it because it gives us a chance to answer your questions directly. However, I have to be frank and to say we completely underestimated the numbers who would arrive for this meeting. We estimated 800, and we have over 1,400 people here. So thank you very much for coming. My apologies. So many of you are standing. You didn't get seats when you arrived. You didn't get handouts maybe. I apologize for that. It was our misestimation on that. I asked that arrears of our pension increase from 2014 up to 2018 will be paid. When? Because we are dying. Please make it as soon as possible. As I've said, this is one of our priorities. I've mentioned it several times. We have a debt with you, the pensioners, from 2014 up to 2020. And that debt totals about 540 million shillings. It is one of the areas we want to pay first. As I've also been saying, sometimes we are even not paying our other debts, which are statutory debts, because we want to pay pensioners first. As soon as we have resources, we will address these issues. Is the chair of the scheme a reservation of appointed trustees, or is it a while? I cannot read this. Can you read that one? Sorry. Let me continue while you read that one. Page 3 of notice number 2 of July 2022, item 12, AGM census. When will you conduct census? We will be conducting the census as soon as is viable to do so. A question about Railway Club. If it was valued at 13 billion shillings and bought by the government at 7.95 due to restrictions on land use, if we had opted to apply for the change of land use, does it mean we could not succeed? If so, why? As I said, the National Land Commission emphasized to us that that area of railway land was zoned or classified for recreational use, sports ground, playgrounds, fun fairs, and so on. There was no capacity to convince the city county government of Nairobi to convert that area into a high-rise building of office blocks which could have brought us commercial rates. The sponsors, I see. Is the chair of the Board of Trustees reserved only for the sponsored or the appointed trustees? I don't think that is, it's not so in the TDR. Yeah, I think it is elected by the trustees when they are formed. As we've said already, the sponsors trustees are 6 and the elected trustees are 3. So there is a certain bias in that, but it is not embedded in the rules of the scheme, no. When do we build our own meeting center for pensioners? Yes, that is one of the projects that we should do, not just for pensioners, but for renting, for income generation. We should be undertaking those projects. When will the arrears be paid in full? As I've said, the arrears are our debt to you. We need to pay them so that we clear that debt. That will be done as we get a regular liquid income into the scheme. The deferred staff, we request to be paid our pensions so that we can use to prepare for our retirement. The deferred staff will receive pensions when they are officially retired from the railways. After I was retrenched in 2007, after working for RTI, we were paid poorly. My question is, can you consider us for pension because we've been working with the corporation on contract basis for some time, or is it a dead end for us? I think this one is also for Dora. It's about how long do you serve before you get pension.
Okay, thank you, members. Regarding payment of pension, we all know, for those, all of us who are in Kenya Railways, and we know very well, each and every employee was appointed on terms of employment. There are those ones who are appointed on permanent and pensionable terms. There are those ones who are appointed on permanent and unpensionable terms. For the ones on permanent and unpensionable terms, you are paid a gratuity, or you are paid a gratuity, which is a one-off payment. For those ones who were appointed, you are first appointed on permanent and unpensionable status. Later on, you were promoted. You went to RTI for training. After you finished your training, you are promoted to an RB position. You complete 2 years in that permanent and pensionable position. After that, you are confirmed to permanent and pensionable. When you retire from service, your service will be calculated according to the service that you have worked. When you are appointed in an unpensionable position, that service will be taken half. And then it will be added to the service you have been promoted to permanent and pensionable. And that includes if you are in permanent and unpensionable and you went for training in RTI, The period you went for training in RTA, that period is normally counted as pensionable period. So it will be added to half the period you served in permanent and unpensionable. And then that whole period, you must add up to 10 years for you to qualify for payment of pension. Thank you.
Thank you, Dora. The Landimawe estate has been literally neglected. The sewage system is in deplorable condition. The drainage is unattended to. Yet, the tenants are expected to pay rent without fail. As I said, this is one of the challenges that we have. We received property which has a lot of rental houses, but the rental houses were built many, many years ago. And the maintenance, repair, renovation of these houses is not always possible given the limitation on liquid resources that we have. We try to do the little we can, at least the most urgent things we can, but overall, the main solution is to restart and do new developments with joint venture partners who can put in a good amount of money to bring up new and modern houses. On the issue of liquidity, the scheme has been in existence for 16 years, and this is the song year in and year out. Almost half of the numbers we started with have expired, gone to meet their maker, and yet we are still selling in the proceeds of selling our assets to make the scheme liquid. Question: what are you doing different this time to make sure you overcome the challenges you have faced in the past 16 years? You need to fast track this process before we all expire. I think this member has put their finger really on the core issue. We cannot afford to go on with limited liquidity. We can't. We have to find ways of getting solid, reliable liquidity that will allow us to meet our obligations to the pensioners. That is the critical issue. What are we going to do differently? It's difficult to say, because the primary way to do this is to find development partners who can increase the value of our properties and in a way that will give us a constant stream of income. That is what we are looking for, so that we can pay the pensions on time. That's what we have been doing. That's what we'll continue to do. But anybody who has got good ideas as to how to do it better, first of all, I encourage you to stand as an elected trustee in the election. Number two, please send us the good ideas how we can do it differently. Why should the scheme deduct us NHIF while it does not remit the same cash to NHIF? By not doing so, renders us not to benefit from NHIF when we are hospitalized. I do believe that the scheme has prioritized payment of NHIF recently. Let us recall that there are some members who are getting NHIF service through an association, and that association has negotiated a special rate for their about 1,700 members of 300 shillings a month. But that rate is not available anymore. NHIF is not enrolling new members. So anybody who wants now to enroll in NHIF has to enroll specifically at 500 shillings a month and has to give permission to the scheme to deduct that 500 shillings a month from your pension so that we can pay NHIF. But I assure you that we pay NHIF as a high priority. My opinion is that we only pass to you in this AGM is that to reject those rejecting the pensioners' profits for the sake. Why? When are you going to pay the 7 years of arrears? This is a priority. We need this pension. We need it now. So This person, I think, has said exactly what we feel as the trustees, that the arrears are a priority for payment. As much as we have your rent arrears, we are kindly requesting that the scheme to accept us to make a commitment on the down payment rather than give out the houses for new tenants, because the scheme will not cover the amount. I'm not sure what that one means, but I'll look into that one. Why don't you separate deferred employee pension money with the pensioners' money, lump sum? All of them are part of our obligation. When we talk of the debts that we owe the pensioners, the arrears, the current pensions, the check-off amounts and the SACCO amounts, and the deferred pensioner lump sum are all equally our obligation. What plans are the scheme putting in place for maximum rent collection? To do this, we need to overcome some of the political and criminal elements that exist in some of the estates. We need to strengthen our estate management team within the scheme itself, and we need to have closer collaboration with county and national governments and with the security services so that we can enforce the evictions which we need to do where there are tenants who are not paying the rent to the scheme. What investment window is the scheme putting in place in order to realize liquidity? As I said, we are looking for development schemes. How fast can properties still hold with Kenya Railways be transferred to the scheme? The transfers of the properties to the scheme depend on two things: whether there is a court case or an illegal title on them, in which case we have to, first of all, remove that illegal title. In some cases, it is to do with demarcation. In other words, we need to define which is the piece of land which belongs to the scheme and not to the railways. I'm asking for the money, some of the retirement benefits for East African payments, whereby Tanzania and Uganda got it. How about the Kenyan pensioners? Now, I'm going to ask Mr. Amuma, Isaac, please, this one I need your assistance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question of payments of East African community monies has been popping up every now and then. Maybe I will be very brief, but it is only fair for me to give you a brief statement of what happened, why you are demanding that money, what have we done, where have we failed, and what do we expect to proceed from here. You will realize that the community, first and foremost, there was the East African Common Services Organization that was that began in 1957 to 1967, which came to an end, and then from 1967 to 1977, we had the East African Community. The former East African heads of state found it wise to expand the services of the East African Common Services, and of course introduce some more parastatals. You will realize the parastatals were the East African Railways and Harbors, of course including marine services. We had East African Post and Telecommunication Corporation, and telecommunications was also there, East African Cargo Handling Services, East African Airways, and then there was also the general fund services, like the East African Customs, the income tax, etc., etc. Now, the East African community gave opportunity to most employees of East Africa to be able to work all over East Africa. Some of you are parents, and some of you were in Tanzania, some went to Uganda, some remained here. I remember very well when I was here in Nairobi, in the early 70s. The railway headquarters was full of members from East Africa. I said I'm going to be very brief. Thank you for reminding me to be very brief. I know you already know that, but I was trying to tell you why you wanted the monies. The monies you wanted was as a result of the break of the East African community, when some of you were not able to get their fair share, when some of you remained in Tanzania and in Uganda, and when they were kicked out of there, they would not get their services. I think I will be very brief there. So the break of the East African community brought about all those problems. And around 1997, some people decided to go to court to demand for payments. And around 1984, the government decided that they employ the services of the World Bank. In particular, they appointed a gentleman by the name of Victor Umbridge, who was to decide the... Okay. I realize you don't want the history. I will go straight to the point. I will go straight to the point. The government, after we had had a task force, and presented the report of the task force, the government did not find it fit to give you anything. And therefore, we disagreed with the government. We decided to go to Parliament to ask for a review. Unfortunately, Parliament also did not find it fit to give you any money. Are we agreed? Let me finish. It is good to listen to me because I've been through all this. Fine. The Parliament said you can go anywhere to demand for your money. So some of you went to court at a point, and that is the point we are now trying to follow. We went back to the government through your effort so that we can get some more information. As of today, my two colleagues are already in the Ministry of Finance trying to get an answer. We hope that the answer will be favorable. And because I realize you are already too tired, thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you. You will allow me sometimes, when it comes to issues which have been there from 1998, it's very difficult. Now, members, I still have a lot of questions, but I want to try to summarize them if you allow me. Somebody has asked about asbestos in Makongeni. I think that's something we will have to look at as we do the developments. Somebody asked about traveling return tickets. That was answered by the MD of Kenya Railways. Somebody asks, if the assets are all sold, how will we be paid? The answer of that question is that we do not aim to sell all the assets. We aim to have enough assets up to the last surviving pensioner, but the sponsor is finally accountable for paying the pensions. A question has come on the buildings which have been built between Nairobi and Kibera Station, can they be given to retired officers? These are issues belonging to Kenya Railways. Those buildings don't belong to the scheme. Can we invite Anti-Corruption Agency to investigate the scheme and the Board of Trustees? Yes, I think the answer is yes. Please do report with all the evidence that you have in hand to either Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission or to the regulator, the RBA. Why are members not given copies of audited financial statement? They are available on the website. Because there are many, many pages. Most of these questions are coming the second time. What is the minimum pension? It is 4,500. Do all properties have court cases, thus hindering development of all properties? Why not continue with those which don't have court cases? I think that is exactly what we are planning to do. There are several pension schemes which are doing well, like CBK, and they have built up buildings. Why can't the scheme do the same? I think that is also our intention. Those questions were answered. That one was answered. The TDR clauses. Somebody is proposing that the TDR clause is changed to have four trustees appointed by the sponsor and five to be elected. Why? It gives the sponsor too much power at the scheme. Most sponsor appointees are Kenya Railways workers busy in their offices, leaving them little time for pension work. So that is one of the considerations for the revision of the TDR. The Article 19 of the TDR should be limited because it gives the sponsor too much power to sell business functions. Former railways workers seconded to the scheme should be retired. Why? Most of them have joined cartels undermining the scheme. They occupy scheme houses and don't pay rent. They have secretly rented houses for themselves. As I said, it is very important where you have specific evidence of fraud or mismanagement or misuse of the resources by any member of the scheme or even by any member of the Board of Trustees, you must report that. If it is a member of the scheme, please report to the CEO. If it is a member of the Board of Trustees, please report to RBA so that they can take action on that mismanagement. I think those questions were answered. Somebody's asking for a list of the legal cases. I think we will put a list of the legal cases on the website. That is the arrears. Stop the pensioners. This from 2000, I have not seen serious audit. Somebody says, from 2006 up to date, I have not seen a serious audit done. I demand for a forensic audit and lifestyle audit in the scheme staff. So I think if there are specific issues of concern, please raise them with RBA, or if it's to do with the audit of the financial statements, please raise it direct with the auditors. It was Deloitte and now it is Ronalds. How much money has the scheme invested in treasury bonds from 2010 to date? As far as I know, we have not invested any funds in that thing because we do not have liquid cash. There is a question here about NHIF terms and conditions. I think we arranged for her to be outside. Yeah? NHIF? Yeah. So our delegate from NHIF will be outside the room to answer questions about NHIF. On behalf of widows and orphans, can you increase the period of payment from 5 years until death? Example, Kenya Army, Police, etc., they get dependents' pension because some children are still small and in school. Please consider this matter seriously. As I mentioned earlier, we are reviewing the TDR, and this will be one of the issues that we shall look at. It's a proposal that has already been made. We have to examine what will be the financial impact on the scheme of implementing that. I think we've answered that question. Do you have a separate account for deferred pensioners when you secure their funds once a property has been sold? No, we are treating the deferred pensioners and the active pensioners in the same way. That's what we have answered. We had when the elected trustees were elected, they said they were going to make an arrangement for members to own houses. Is it still on? Mr. Kanyeki, please answer.
I think, as the chair said, we are still pursuing the arrangement, and we've been pursuing the developer at Makongeni Estate to see if pensioners can enter into an arrangement where, after a certain mortgage year, we'll be able to own houses.
We've answered these questions. Okay, so somebody says, when RBA and others want the scheme to sell our assets up to 70%, they should give us the person to handle that amount of liquid cash because we don't trust the current people in the office. That's why we have something called the fund manager. The fund manager is the one who deals with that. How many acres does the scheme possess at Goodshed? 5 acres. Where did the 3.1 acres go? The 3.1 acres is owned by the railways. In the transfer document of 2006, the Gazette notice, we were allocated 5 acres. Can you let us know who leaks to your debtors to go to court? I wish we knew who is sharing information with debtors, which gets us more legal cases. We don't know, but we are trying as much as we can to manage information in ways that will ensure that the first call on any funds available is to pay pensions. That is always our first priority. We used to get free passes for travel. I think the MD is addressing that problem. Who approves the trustee allowances and how much per sitting? I think we have shared that information, that those allowances are approved by you, the members, at the AGM. I think we've answered that question. The future of pensions. We've answered this one. Why don't we get medicine in hospitals and yet we pay NHIF? I think you should speak to the NHIF delegate who is here. East African community has been answered. That is the sale of properties. Deferred pensioners, those who have not been paid, the lump sum. When are arrears? Many of these questions are the same questions about arrears, lump sum payments, monthly payments. Can we go to court to prevent a pensioner preventing sales of our property? I don't think that is possible because of the freedom that every citizen has. Adjacent to KICC is CBK Pension Towers. Please comment. Well, that's one of our own plans, that we should also have properties which bring income. Where are we getting investors who will build houses on scheme land instead of always selling to other developers? That is also the challenge. It's not easy to get those developers, as our colleague from RBA said. The scheme trustees should resort to open negotiations vis-à-vis court cases. They are too rigid and want to deploy lawyers left and right. We may conclude that they share the proceeds they claim they pay the lawyers. It may be used as a way of looting, as most of the times the charges quoted are too exorbitant. I do agree that the charges of the lawyers are too much. That is why we are always negotiating and pushing the lawyers to reduce their fees. Now that you're committed to paying pensions, can you tell us when the arrears are going to be paid? Okay, we have got that. We've paid that one. Can you confirm that statements were issued to members, the deferred members, were genuine? Yes, we can. Is the scheme partnering with some known service providers, professional ones who can help develop the scheme? Yes, I think we have introduced the scheme properties. Instead of, yeah, that one is there. The deferred pensioners, please. Okay. My statement was not correct, as my pension was not captured, and yet I qualified and presented my papers. Please go to see the scheme at their office to get the correct information. That one we've answered. We've answered that one. We've answered that one. What is the system being used to collect rent from Makongeni estate, and how is the allocation being done? We have people who act as rent collectors. These people have managed to allocate themselves big houses and they end up paying no rent. When eviction later comes, they run to politicians and the politician will take the scheme to court. I think that's exactly what we have been saying. We want to know the number of assets that have been sold so far and the assets still remaining. That can be found in the financial statement. There is a list of all the properties and their values, and any time that a property is sold in any financial year, it is always listed in the financial statement. Okay, we've answered that one. The East African Community case. Deferred pensioners. I don't know. This is, how will you compensate a deferred pensioner who worked for RVR from 2016? That one I think will be answered by the scheme. What is the scheme doing about disposal of Mudurwa? I think I mentioned about Mudurwa Estate. We need to finish the court case which we have against us. If Landimawe is taken by Railway City, will it be the people staying in the scheme will be compensated? Yes, those who have to be evicted will be compensated. Are you aware that Makongeni Estate is managed by cartels, dividing the land to individuals to erect illegal structures, and the cartels are well known by some of your staff? Again, I would say, if you are aware in any way of any fraud, mismanagement, misuse, abuse of the resources of the scheme, please report it to the CEO or to the RBA with your facts and your evidence. All the properties get sold and the pensioners get paid. The increments, that's the increments. The scheme issued financial statements. This is the financial statements. Yeah, sell some will develop the assets. Which criteria were used for the trustees to sensitize scheme members by traveling all over Kenya, as you have said, and Nairobi region were not involved? I apologize for that, but Nairobi region did have a meeting last Friday. There was a meeting last Friday for Nairobi region. We did cover Nairobi as well. NHIF, I think, is out there. Minimum pension. Okay. Okay, that's when it's done, when the payment of one-off increase. The majority of the pensioners are for corporate trustees instead of elected trustees. Please let us have a consensus on this issue. As I said, I think Kenya Railways has experienced both Board of Trustees with elected trustees and corporate trustee. The experience is there. I think those who feel strongly that there should be a corporate trustee should contact the sponsor and inform the sponsor that they would like to go back to the corporate trustee arrangement. Yeah. Having adopted the MD's idea of having one umbrella body, I request that the representatives be appointed from different regions. Yes, I suppose that would have to happen. That one I'm going to skip. With due respect and humbly request, pensioners who have been in the pension scheme for 20 years and above could be given a special reward in terms of monetary. I think there, again, it is a question of adjusting the TDRs and needing to do an assessment of what would be the financial impact of changing that benefits program so that long-term pensioners are given additional pension. We need to appoint a caretaker board of trustees to oversee rent collection, debt payment, and staff payroll, because we don't have faith with the current BOT. Okay. Don't understand that. The lowest pension should be 10,000. This was the Webuye meeting. Have you tried to consider alternative dispute resolution in all your court cases? Mediation can be effective, cheap, and timely. Yes, I think that's a good advice. Intervene, caretaker. Please, let's put in place the interim caretaker committee to allow for the forensic auditors to audit this scheme. People are profiting when pensions are dying, one by one. Let the trustees go home. They have done nothing to pensioners. Even the money they have paid, 5 months pension used, that is our share in the treasury. Again, I think if there are dissatisfaction with the Board of Trustees, as I've said, it is important that you register that dissatisfaction with your reasons and evidence with the RBA. That is the right place to register that dissatisfaction. We've answered those ones. Yeah, we've answered this one. Why can't the Board of Trustees sell 7 investor to make sure we pay each member? This is an advance against pension. Still with lump sums. When will July pension? The BOT, election manual and procedures, should not be passed until discussed fully by pensioners. I think this is an important point because it comes to what is the responsibility of the Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees is responsible for establishing the policies and procedures. After we establish them, we share them with our regulator, the RBA, and the RBA reviews our policies and our manuals to make sure that they are in accordance with the regulatory framework, the regulations, and with the Act. But if anybody has a comment on the election manual, I would be happy to hear it. How do you update your system since I do not get SMS messages from your office? Okay, so that one is something to be managed. Communication updates to all members have to be done on time. I think I have agreed with that. The communication aspect of the scheme is not at the standard which is required. We went to RBA in 2017 and were told that anytime pension delays, it attracts interest. Why has the scheme not done this? So our RBA colleagues, can you give us guidance on this?
I think in as far as that is concerned, the issue on payment is the law provides that payment should be made on a monthly basis. Or it has not been made, then trustees are required to ensure that payment is done. And also the other bit is to ensure that where there are requirements for increases, you consider them and you implement them when there's I'm saying that the issue here is the payment in as far as contributions are concerned is what a rate will apply on. But in as far as now, in this case, we are talking about monthly pensions, that money is ought to be paid as is, because what the law provides is for contributions are the ones which we apply an interest rate.
Thank you. My understanding is that there are two different types of schemes. There is a defined contribution scheme. We are not a defined contribution scheme. We are a defined benefit scheme. And in defined benefit scheme, the payments that are due to be paid are paid as calculated in the formula, which is in the TDR. And there is no interest on that. Okay? May we know when the appointment of the CEO was done? As to my knowledge, the CEO was appointed in December 2020. They have been answered. There are some employees of the scheme who own more than one house, and they have sublet the house, and they are making a killing for themselves. Again, I'll say, if you have specific evidence of misuse or mismanagement or fraud or collusion in any way, please, you can either contact directly the CEO or you can contact the RBA. But we need to have some specific evidence. In this case, they are saying that their owners, the employees of the scheme own more than one house. We need to know how many houses. Where are they? Are they in which estates are they? so that we can then take action. We've said this one before. We need a safety health instructor, female, holder of a Bachelor of Science honors degree in paramedics to care for pensioners who have chronic diseases, blood pressure, diabetes, asthma, fatal accidents. Please recruit one, Vision 2030. I am proposing my name for the trustees for that post during election this year. The headcount by biometric systems 2 times per year, January and August. This is to avoid ghost pensioners because they will be finished. Stop selling assets because they will be finished and we will miss pensions. I'm glad to hear somebody is proposing themselves already for election. I wish every member luck in their campaigns. The idea of having a health specialist in the scheme is a good one, but let's remember the scheme members are scattered all over the country and they need healthcare where they are, not only here in Nairobi. So that's why one of the ideas we have is to try to improve the benefits of the scheme so that the scheme can pay your NHIF contributions monthly without deducting from you, and then that will allow every member to have access to health services where they are. Why interest is not charged, why interest not charged onto the Treasury owing in respect to the Railway Club land? Yes, I think that is a sore point. We have to accept that this is a valid criticism. The agreement with the Treasury about the installment payments for the sale of Nairobi Railway Club land did not include the possibility for charging interest on delayed payments. And that was a mistake done by the trustees. I think they had faith that the government would pay on time. Request various candidates to be recognized. Yeah, somebody is requesting that the different regions and the regional associations in different regions should be recognized and there should be proper communication with them. And I think that's a very good idea. We should make sure that we do this. Somebody here has asked 17 questions. I'm not going to read all about them. When is the website going to be interactive? Before the end of the year. Elaborate about the 540 million arrears. That is the arrears of increments. Did you take another overdraft from KCB? No, we have a balance of a loan of 177 million, which is what I said. Is KCB the best custodian? Thus, we did tenders and we got offers holding the title of our property. The EACC is holding a title to one of our properties in Matumbatu because the person who was buying 2 houses within that property, which has about 12 houses, has paid us only a partial amount of the payment. They owe us a balance of 353 million. Meanwhile, that person is now a subject of an EACC investigation. And as part of the investigation, they have put a freeze on all the properties that person was involved in buying. We have requested in writing to EACC to free our portion of the property in Matumbatu so that we can proceed to sell or to develop that property. But the EACC has refused to partition it and give us our portion back and only retain the portion that is involved in the sale of this person under investigations. Hey, have I finished? Dear members, I think we are all tired. I'm sorry to have kept you. But for me, this was the most important part of this AGM. It was more important than the reports. It is to give you direct feedback from your Board of Trustees, what is happening, what we are planning to do, what we have done, what we have not done, so that you know directly from us. You don't have to get rumors from any other place, any Facebook or WhatsApp pages. We are your trustees. We are accountable to you. It is our responsibility and accountability to be responsible to you. Now, trustees, it is already, I'm going to look for the time here. Is my clock around? Are you up here? What's the time? It is already nearly 2:30 in the afternoon. Many of you have been here since 7 in the morning. We want to bring the session to an end. I want to also inform you that the lunch allowance is being paid. Is that right? So there is a lunch allowance which is being paid to everybody. As you go out, please make sure you collect your allowance so that you can have a good lunch in Nairobi. I want to thank you all for coming. The CEO tells me that it is around 1,500. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me introduce myself again because I introduced myself at the beginning, but many people have come since then. My name is Martin Mogwanja. I am a pensioner, but not a pensioner of this scheme. I'm a pensioner of another scheme. I was appointed to Kenya Railways Board as a director of Kenya Railways in August 2020. And I was then also appointed to the Board of Trustees of the scheme in May 2021. As you know, our scheme is chaired by Professor John Nyerere, but unfortunately since September 2021, Professor Nyerere has not been feeling well. And since September 2021, I was asked also to be the acting chairman of the Board of Trustees. So it's in that capacity that I have been chairing this meeting and also answering your questions. So I'm happy to have answered that. Loud. I have said that when you read the election manual gives the possibility for two forms of election, either direct physical balloting or elections through online balloting. What we would like to do, and it has been done by other pension schemes, is to use a method of online balloting which uses SMS, so that you do not need to have a smartphone. Even if you have Mulikamwizi, you can actually also engage in balloting. We are investigating the costs of that option. Right now, we have not ascertained the cost. When we know the cost, we will compare that cost with the cost of having the meeting physically in Nairobi, and of course, we shall try to be as economical as possible. So if there are no other, yes, sir. Please, can you take off your mask and you have to speak a bit loudly so that we hear here. Goja kidogo, pewa microphone tafadhali.
Pension ya Julai mwezi huu.
Yes, that is a good question. We are working hard with the government, with the RBA, and also with our sponsor to make sure that we meet the pension of July and also August and September and so on, because we need to keep paying pension on time. That is our priority. So we will work hard on that. Thank you. Any other? Otherwise we shall go to vote of thanks. Okay. If we have no other, I will ask our friend to give a vote of thanks. Sorry. Over there. Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Matthew Tuikong. I usually say this pension scheme is actually my next of kin, because I was among the founders. In fact, the background when we were establishing it in 2001 is when I started working for it. I'm grateful. I would want to say thank you very much for the work that you're doing at the scheme. And so far, bringing us up to current, because we got our June pension yesterday. And we're hoping that if July is paid this month, then members would be a bit happy. One question that keeps arising often is about communication, and this particularly about member awareness. Is it possible to educate the members? We used to have a place in the headquarters so that we continuously educate and share. Sometimes information does not go down in one session, so that members may always be getting to know what is happening at every moment, and that will reduce the number of cases you are having. The second question I have, Chairman, relates to our properties. We had a list, number 169 of 2006. As at the time when we were doing that transfer, there were assets that had not been established the size. But in the cabinet decision, it had been described. For instance, the good sheds had been described as shed 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's a portion of land that was a road, which has then been annexed and would probably be accounting for the 3 acres that we are talking about now. So that our area was already known, and in fact our tenants were known. And this situation with our sponsor sometimes becomes very challenging, because when the sponsor now comes in and takes the asset back and we are not paid, we have a problem. And number 2 is that the sponsor's stockholder, our government, when it comes in and purchases property, we have a Macmillan kind of situation, because we are investing in the government and in the Kenya Railways to the detriment of these pensioners. A very good example is this. We have talked about the debts. There are people here who have loans. Interest is being levied on them. NHIF may deny somebody a service, and it would be critical, and you are told you have to wait a whole year if that has not been paid. The cooperative that is being run by Mr. Miano and the other one by Relicop, if they are not receiving our deductions at the moment, those cooperatives are dying, and these members depend on them. So I don't know at what point we would levy people who hold our money, because they are government agencies. The Lands Act provides for 6%. If you buy land, if the government does a forced acquisition, there's a 6% that's supposed to be levied on it, so that we can be able to actually recoup that money and pay these pensioners. And finally, on the increases, I think if it is possible, we cannot be saying that right now we are overfunded. The funding was at 12.4 billion against a liability of 12.6 billion. At that time, there was a 2-year contribution that was given to Kenya Railways. Since then, Kenya Railways as a corporation has not put any shilling into this scheme. Liability is growing because the shilling is not the same. When it was transferred, it was 70 shillings to $1. Right now, it is about 120 shillings to $1, which is twice the value. So in fact, what we have as our current pensions is not really increase, but provision for economic adjustment. If we were to earn, because at every year we're supposed to earn 12% increase on this fund, that fund then should be given to these members, because it no longer belongs to the sponsor, it belongs to the members. The second thing about that particular issue is this. As at the time when we were in employment, 25% of our salaries were being deducted as this pension. We had a 125% salary, but you are paid 100, and the 25% remains with the sponsor. At the time when one retires, then that portion is what is paid, and the sponsor was a good father taking care of our business. So for the regulator, this is the request I have. For the defined benefit scheme, you see, what you have just said is, for contributions, there is a penalty. But what about the benefit? If somebody does not pay you salary for 1 year, the courts have said something about this when it goes to railway SACCO. They were levying Kenya Railways 3% per month for delaying payment. NHIF and NSSF have similar rulings against employers. Yes, a pension fund is not an employer, it is our fund. It is us paying ourselves. So that request, and that is why the balance on the Board of Trustees between the members and the sponsor begins to become critical. What the sponsor used to do to mitigate this was that on each side, 2 members, one used to be appointed who was an employee, but a management employee. The second one was that the union used to represent themselves on the side of the Board of KRC, so that we had 5 members who were actually Kenya Railways employees, and then the balance, the Kenya Railways and the government used to balance on their side. Thank you so much for listening to me. I think mine is more of a contribution, but the question that I have is, please, when you need us, we are available. Is that possible?
Thank you very much for that very rich contribution, which is full of experience and wisdom. Let me touch on a few points that were raised. The first is the question of a place to meet. It is one of the priorities of the scheme to eventually create an opportunity, a place where pensioners themselves have the opportunity to meet and to discuss. When we are continuing our discussions with the developer in Makongeni, we did ask specifically that among other projects, there should be consideration for a pensioners' hall in that estate, so that it's an area for pensioners to meet. So let us keep fighting for that as one of the activities. Thanks for the information about the Good Shed area. It is something when we come to sit down to do the demarcation between the 3.1 acres and the 5 acres which belongs to the scheme and the 3.1 acres which belongs to railways, we shall certainly call on you to give us the history on that one. The challenges of NHIF, which you mentioned. As I said, we have tried to prioritize, as well as paying pensions, for where the scheme is the one responsible for paying NHIF contributions. We have tried to prioritize that every month so that we pay, because we recognize that it's very dangerous to pensioners not to have that coverage in effect all the time, where we are responsible for paying. The point about the co-ops, the SACCOs, the check-off systems for the different associations is very true. And I think I did report that we owe under the SACCOs and the check-offs and the different associations, we owe a considerable sum of money, which is another debt we owe the pensioners. The question of charging interest to the government entities involved. I think you'll appreciate there has to be a balance between persuasion and enforcement on this matter. We are not necessarily in a very strong position vis-a-vis government. We all know that government currently is very pressed for resources. It's very short of resources due to the economic situation generally. So we have opted for the methodology of persuasion to start with, but it's good to know that there's the methodology of enforcement, which exists as well. So we shall consider both. The point about inflation is very correct, and I think that one we will have to we will have to consider that in the same way that we need, first of all, to catch up on our accrued increment payments that have not been paid, the arrears. But as we go forward, applying the 5% increments, we also have to look at inflation and see what is the affordability within the scheme. Do we have enough resources to be able to have a higher level of increment? That's something that we will have to examine by creating a flow of liquid resources coming into the scheme every month. As we clear the arrears, we clear the debts, then we can examine what are the options for going forward. I think a question was posed to our regulator about the interest issue. Yeah, I think they have responded already. They've said that, well, it is what it is, and so on. The idea you mentioned about the structure of the Board of Trustees and having employees of the scheme, employees of the railways as members of the Board of Trustees. Maybe I did not introduce the members of the scheme Board of Trustees very well. On the sponsor side, we have, first of all, Professor Nyerere. Professor Nyerere is a retiree of railways. We have Mr. Mainga, who is also a retiree and a member of the railways. We have Mr. Kadima, who is an employee of the railways. And we have Ms. Mboga, who is also an employee of the railways. So already out of the 6 sponsor-nominated trustees, out of those 6, 4 are either retirees or employees. So it is not, there are not a lot of strangers. In fact, I'm probably the only stranger in this whole Board of Trustees. And somehow I ended up being the chairman. I don't know why. But I take the point that it's good to have a balance. Okay. I'm going to take, let me take just two more questions. Yes, that's one. There was one over there. No? Yes, one there. So one there, one here, and that's the last one. Now you have to get a microphone. I know your voice is big, but even in this big hall, you have to get that microphone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
We will come to you, sir. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for running our pension scheme. But we have seen the accounts are qualified, and they are qualified on substantial matters. In the year ending 2020, they were qualified on not having carried an actuarial evaluation and not valuing your assets. You have gone ahead and done the actuarial evaluation. You have not gone ahead and done the valuation of the assets as required under Section 34 of the RBA regulations. Forget about the accounts. Because the regulation says very clearly, the assets must be valued every 3 years or any shorter period as prescribed by the Chief Executive of RBA. So, what is my problem? My problem is very simple, that land valuation of the assets has got implication of the pensions we get. Because if you go to Rule 32A, it says assets are not returnable. That means that that money should be allocated to pensioners as pension, which is what the law says. The 5% you are giving us as pensioners has got no basis in law, except in the Pensions Act. So as pensioners, we have got a problem with that lack of evaluation. 2, RBA did a forensic audit of the pension assets. They came up with 67.7 billion for the assets of the pensions. When we asked the Chief Executive of RBA during a meeting with the RBA Chief Executive as pensioners representative organization, he clearly stated that you are entitled to 5 times your pension because at that time the liability of pension was about 10 billion. The asset valuation was 67.7 billion. Why hasn't the Board of Trustees even adopted that valuation by RBA? Now, when it comes to court cases, have you inspired confidence in the pensioners not to go to court? Unfortunately, I would like to tell you, no. You need to inspire confidence in the pensioners so that they can accept that what you are doing is right. We are hearing of a joint venture in Makongeni. When you're talking about a joint venture, the average age of a pension is 67 years. The life expectancy of a Kenyan is 65 years. Whom are you investing in that joint venture for? Why can't you sell it? We get our money, we get paid our pension, and forget about joint ventures. Because what we have seen in Kenya is that a joint venture is somebody who goes to look for somebody with money. He doesn't have the money. He goes to look for somebody with money and uses your pension, your land, as a security. The typical case is the one you are talking about, where the assets of Kenya Railways pension scheme, 21 billion were held. Why? Because the fellow didn't have money, but he found a way, because you know the law does not allow somebody to attach Kenya Railways property. It attached the pensioner's property, and the pensioners suffered. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. The issue of surplus, I don't think it occurs because it's a closed scheme. There was a misunderstanding here. Somebody was saying we are paid 12.7, it was 12.7 billion. The liability was 16 billion. The scheme still owes us 20%. We are waiting as pensioners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that intervention, because you have given us some very specific issues to address. As I said during the session, because it was one of the questions that, or one of the matters of concern that was raised by the auditors. The question is the valuation of the assets. Do we have the resources to do so? Because valuing the assets themselves costs money, and we have to take. No, I understand. It's a matter of choice, whether we invest money in valuations or we invest money in paying pensions. We, of course, have to meet the regulations. As you've said, the regulations require us to value assets. When we don't value assets, we are outside the regulations. But if we value the assets and we use up funds that could be used to pay pensions, we are also outside the way that the scheme should prioritize. These are the real challenges, and I hope that some of you will come and join us in the Board of Trustees as elected trustees. Come and join us, please, and we will deal with these problems together, because they are real difficult problems. The question has been raised also about the returnable assets. I think that one is a good point. I will look at that and see what can we do. But at the same time, we don't want to just sell assets without having the possibility of finding ways to create a stream of income, not just to do one-off sales. If we have not inspired confidence in the pensioners, then of course we will continue to face court cases. We will continue to address the issues. We would rather address those issues here in the AGM or in the member awareness meetings and not have to address those issues in courts, because it costs a lot of money for the pension scheme to deal with issues through the courts. There's a concern is raised that if we go into joint ventures, the developer is simply using our land to get security for loans, and that is indeed one of the cautions that we are worried about and concerned about. That's why I said we are still in negotiations, and in our negotiations we are aiming to get a situation whereby we are realizing the full value of the land as it is getting used, not afterwards. So that is the strategy that we are using. It is still a negotiation which is underway as far as Makongeni is concerned. It is not completed, but I'm hopeful that that will get done. Thanks.
Chairman.
Sir, over there.
Mr. Chairman, my question is this. We still have cartels, many cartels and brokers in the scheme. Now my question is, you have not clarified how you stop this menace in the scheme while you are still there. Now, again, another question is, what level of governance and compliance would you apply while you are still on the Board of Trustees in the future level, so that when we come here, we don't have too many questions, and we come when we are happy about our scheme. Our concerns are our scheme has not been doing well. That one you know. It has not been doing well. Can you clarify how, as far as you are still on the Board of Trustees, that you now have a level of integrity, a level of credibility in the way forward, so that pensioners, you transform the lives of these pensioners into a profitable life for themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. The question about cartels, and this is particularly applies in the area of estates management, rental collection, lease management, evictions, and so on, those areas. There, again, I will say, you as the members of the scheme, the owners of the scheme, you need to be activists in this area. You need to be activists in a positive way and give us specific, concrete information that we can act upon. We know that we are not collecting all the rent that we should be collecting from some of these estates. And we know that the reason behind it is that there are criminal gangs, there are political interference, and so on. Our strategy is that we have to work together with all the authorities, county, national governments, and the security services in order that we can put into place the right kind of eviction procedures and collection procedures that will have an impact and cannot be deterred by the gangs or by the cartels. But if these cartels are within the house, then you need to tell us. You need to tell us. Because then you give us specific information. I'm not dealing in generalities. Give us specific information and we shall root them out. We shall root them out. Because, as I've said, we will not accept fraud, mismanagement, misuse, abuse of the scheme's assets. You talked about the question of the level of compliance. I think we have been working with RBA. We know that we are not 100% compliant. Even the auditors have reported it to you today, that we are not compliant with the RBA Act. That's one of the reasons why they have qualified the audit. There are things, that is why we have worked with the regulatory body. We have addressed training of the trustees. We have revised all our policies and documented them. Now we have to implement the issue of the 30%, 70% assets which are liquid and non-liquid ratio. That is the priority. We have to pay pensioners on time. We have to address the issue of that was raised here about the valuations, the frequency of valuations and the reports of valuations. These are things that we need to achieve. I wish that it was something that we could just achieve overnight, but it is not possible. All I know is that the regulatory authority is always behind us and always encouraging us and pushing us so that we become 100% compliant. That is our ambition. That is what they are pushing us towards. Do we have the level of integrity in the BOT and credibility that we need? You know, integrity is something that is known. People, you know people. Many of you might not know me, but I am known in some quarters. Obviously, if I was not known, I would not have been appointed here. But you know the others. You know people like Mr. Mainga, you know Professor Nyerere. You know them. If you don't trust me, at least go to Professor Nyerere and tell him, hey, this thing, something is wrong here. But our credibility is going to be built on our performance, on results. That is the only thing that will give us credibility going forward. Because we are at a certain moment in the scheme. We are at the moment where the current elected trustees are going out of office soon. We know that their mandate is expiring. On 20 September, they are going to go home, unless you re-elect them. I don't know, maybe you will. But that is the moment also for you as members. Take this opportunity to strengthen the credibility and the integrity of the BOT through the elected members. Give us people, give us elected trustees who are committed, who are going to work hard, because this is not an easy job. I'll tell you that. That one I can certify even from the few months I have been here. To turn this scheme around is not going to be an easy job. It can be done. We have the assets. We have the assets. We can do it, but it's going to be tough. There are many forces within and outside the scheme who are working against us. But if we come united between the elected and the sponsored, nominated trustees, we will certainly be able to do it. And then we shall show you integrity and we shall show you credibility. Thank you very much. Okay, I said that was the last question. I'm now going to ask my friend here, Mr. Amuma, to say a vote of thanks, a brief one this time, and then we shall have a prayer and we shall close.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is 4 minutes to 3 o'clock, and it has been a long sitting. I would like to summarize my vote of thanks so that in the next 2 minutes, we are done. On behalf of all the pensioners who have come here, about 1,400 of them, I would like to take this opportunity on their behalf to thank the two gentlemen who prayed for us, that is Ustad Shabad and Engineer Mkwenda. Thank you very much for presenting us to the Lord. And I pray that God gives you more years so that you may be able to pray for us in even more AGMs to come. Thank you very much, the two gentlemen. The next is the chair of the railway. This is Major General Awita. I thought he would be here, but I want to thank him for having found it fit to have his board involved in the affairs of the pensioners. The last time I met him, I told him to make sure that he cracks the whip where he thinks the trustees are not doing their job well. And I think he has cracked the whip. Something seems to be happening. Thank you very much on behalf of the pensioners. The next one is Chair Martin Mogwanja. I want to thank you very much for your patience in answering all the questions and sitting through with us since morning up to this time. I know you are committed. I would wish you to get even more committed for the benefit of the pensioners. Thank you, and thank you very much. The next group is the RBA. I want to thank you for being hawk-eyed in the affairs of the scheme. I would wish you to work a little more harder so that we don't end up in the problems we have had over the years. Thank you very much. The The other group I would like to thank is the service providers. I realize most of them have gone, but thank you very much for the work you are doing, and continue doing that work for the benefit of the pensioners. The other group is the CEO and his staff for having made it possible for us to have a cup of tea and maybe a lunch that is going to cost us they are going to give us 1,500 shillings. We were expecting more, but all the same, we should be able to take what has been offered to us. The other group, which is the last one, is even the people who provided us the tea. We want to thank them, otherwise we would not be able to sit up to this hour. Thank you very much for providing the tea. Once again, I want to thank all the pensioners for their being able to sit with us for all these hours, and for having come all over the country to make this meeting a success. Thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Amuma. We had proposed that Mr. Julius Ngwili Mudoka would say a closing prayer. I'm not sure if he's still around. If he can identify himself, maybe he has had to leave. In that case, I'll ask our prayer man for the BOT, Mr. Henry Toili. Please give us a prayer to close.
Wacha tuombe. Our Heavenly Father, the Father of our Lord Jesus, we come before you this afternoon with thanksgiving and praise. We give you thanks for the gift of life. We give you thanks for the opportunity that you have granted unto us to meet in this place. Thank you even for our fellow members who have traveled all the way from various parts of this country. You have led them to come in this place safely. We give you thanks for that. Even as they go back to their respective homes, we pray that, Lord, you will command your holy angels to encamp around them, that they will go back home safely, and we shall give you the glory. We give you thanks also for the peace that is prevailing within our borders. We pray for our head of state. We pray for his deputy. We pray for all those who rule under him. We also pray for the Board of Directors of Kenya Railways, the chairman, the managing director, and those that he has appointed to be on our Board of Trustees. We worship you and we bless your holy name. As we leave this place, Lord, we give you thanks because you will guide us through. We worship you and we praise you. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, pensioners, and I wish you a very good journey home. I hope that I'll have a chance to see you in your home areas over the year. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.